The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., November 7, 2025. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable James C. Justice, a senator from the state of West Virginia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wyoming.
suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Majority Whip.
And I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, the junior senator from Connecticut certainly believes in saying the quiet part out loud. This is what he said, and I quote, "I think there will be some pretty substantial damage done to a Democrat brand that has been rehabilitated if on the heels of an election in which the people told us to keep fighting, we immediately stop fighting." He said that on a podcast yesterday. He went on to say that the 2026 election is just 12 months away. And if we surrender without having gotten anything, and we cause a lot of folks in this country who had started to believe in the Democrat Party to retreat again, I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back up off the mat in time for next fall's election cycle, end quote. Let me repeat that, Mr. President. This is what he said. "I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back up off the mat in time for next fall's election cycle," end quote. I'll let that sink in for a minute, Mr. President. I don't think it's a secret to anybody that the Democrats shut down the government for political reasons. There's been plenty of news coverage of the incredible pressure that their far-left base has been exerting. But in case anyone was still under the impression that Democrats were driving this shutdown toward its 40th day out of concern for the American people, well, the junior Democrat from Connecticut pretty handily dispelled that notion. Again, that's what he said. "I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back off the mat in time for next fall's election cycle," end quote. And just in case anyone needed any additional testimony, Axios reported on Wednesday, and I quote, "A set of post-election talking points circulated among Democratic congressional offices warned caving without concessions would sap Democrats' momentum and undercut the party's support from its base. Democrats throwing Republicans a rope in exchange for nothing would be political self-sabotage," it added. Political self-sabotage, Mr. President. Now, there are two very striking things about these quotes. One, of course, is the focus not on the American people, but on how to ensure Democrats win the next election. And two is the fact that progressive Democrats apparently want to keep this shutdown going forever. We're on day 38 of Democrat shutdown. Day 38. Federal workers have gone more than a month now without pay. They don't know how they're going to pay their mortgage or buy food, thanks to Democrats. A lot of them are supposed to get another paycheck today. Instead, they'll see a deposit of exactly $0 in their bank account. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Head Start preschools have closed. Veterans programs have shuttered. Many Medicare recipients can't get access to telehealth. National Guard troops aren't training. SNAP benefits are in profound jeopardy. There are people going hungry right now because Democrats refuse to agree to a clean, nonpartisan funding extension. And of course, then there's air travel. Because of staffing shortages caused by Democrat shutdown, the Department of Transportation had to issue a mandatory reduction in air travel beginning today. Hundreds of thousands of people will be affected every day, to say nothing of disruptions to the movement of packages and goods. But nothing seems to move Democrats. Nothing. Not hungry Americans, not massive disruptions to our economy. Nothing. Mr. President, if I were a Democrat, I would be embarrassed. I mean, flat out embarrassed to walk into this building every day, to walk past the men and women of the Capitol Police who are not getting paid thanks to Democrats. To walk past junior staffers, many of whom are undoubtedly frantic by this point as they wonder how they're going to pay their rent and continue to buy food. How can Democrats look any of these people in the eyes? And please don't tell me they're fighting for some greater good for the American people. If Democrats can be said to be fighting for anyone at all besides themselves, they are fighting for a fraction of a fraction, for a tiny percentage of the small percentage of Americans who are on Obamacare. The number of people they're supposedly fighting for is dwarfed, and I say dwarfed, Mr. President, by the number of people whose lives and livelihoods they are damaging. And as for the claim that Democrats got some kind of mandate from the American people on Tuesday to continue jeopardizing food stamps for 40 million Americans in need, give me a break. Democrats performed well in 3 states where Democrats often perform well. Congratulations. I really don't think that means that the American people have all signed up to be democratic socialists. And it sure as heck doesn't provide a good reason for making 40 million Americans go hungry. Mr. President, I would like to think that the junior senator from Connecticut doesn't represent all Senate Democrats. But if there are Senate Democrats out there who do still care about hardworking Americans and not just Democrats' election prospects, the time to act is now. Not when the far left decides this exercise can be over. Not when federal workers are lining up at food banks for their Thanksgiving meal. Now. Today. I hope, Mr. President, there are at least 5 more Democrats out there with a backbone who will vote with us to reopen the government and end these weeks of misery for the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Ossobrooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today is November 7th, 2025. We are now 1 month and 7 days into the longest shutdown in the history of the American government. Democrats can stand here and claim they've broken the record. But for what? For leverage, for politics. Meanwhile, in every state of this union, the American people are getting hurt. They don't seem to care one bit. Soldiers are working without pay at Fort Bragg in Georgia. Where are the 2 Democrat senators from Georgia? A single mom in Michigan is struggling to put food on the table for her children. Where are the 2 Democrat senators from Michigan? Capitol Police officers and staff members on this very floor in this very building are struggling to pay their bills. Do the Democrat senators care about any of them? Government is still closed. They're not getting paid. Each and every one of these people are being hurt by the Schumer shutdown. Every one of them. And every day it gets worse for them. Yet Senator Schumer bragged to the press, bragged to them. He said every day gets better for us. I'm wondering who us is. Certainly not the American people. Certainly not the people whose flights were grounded today all across the country. You know, to keep our airlines and to keep our skies safe, the FAA directed airlines to reduce the number of flights. It's the right thing to do. This has impacted airports all across this country. That's the impact of what the Democrats are doing by keeping this government shut. The FAA administrator, someone with 35 years of experience in the field, he said, "We're in all new territory. Never seen anything like this before." And here's what really should terrify the American people. It's one Democrat staffer said Democrats won't open the government until planes fall out of the sky. Can you believe that, Mr. President? Let that sink in. Democrats are waiting for a disaster. And in the process, they're gambling with American lives. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, a Democrat with presidential ambitions, based on his scheduling and his speeches, he admitted it on the record. He said in an interview just yesterday with Punchbowl News, Senator Murphy said reopening the government would do, he said, substantial damage to the Democrats' brand. There you have it. Bad for the brand of functioning government. Democrat brand means more to them than 42 million hungry Americans. The Democrat brand means more to them than military families who aren't getting paid. The Democrat brand means more to them than safety in the skies. Let's call what it is, what we're seeing with the Democrat shutdown. It is cruel and it is heartless. Now, let's be fair. Even some Democrats now recognize that it is cruel and heartless. They're starting to turn on each other. One Democrat staffer admitted to the press that the far-left Democrats in their caucus have no plan to ever end the shutdown. None. Zero. They want to keep it going forever. The staffer even admitted the far-left Democrats are hurting people and they're doing it for political gain. This is the direct quote from the Democrat staff member, Senate staff. Families who can afford it least, he said, are getting walloped every day the shutdown continues. Mr. President, Democrats can and should end this shutdown today. Republicans have a clean, bipartisan continuing resolution at the desk to reopen the government. We want to pair this with 3 full-time appropriations bills. These are bills that have already passed the Senate with bipartisan support. They've been negotiated on a bipartisan basis with the House. Progress. We need to get it done. These bills would fully fund veterans care. They would fully fund our Capitol Police. They would fully fund food assistance in America, such as SNAP and the WIC programs. This is a very reasonable deal, a reasonable proposal, a deal that Democrats earlier this week asked Republicans to put onto the floor. And if it passes, the Schumer shutdown will end quickly. 13,000 air traffic controllers will get paid, 50,000 TSA agents would get paid, 1.3 million military members would be paid, food assistance for 42 million Americans would be fully funded. Flights would get restored, government would reopen. Some Senate Democrats have signaled they will still vote no. No. Evidently, they want the pain. They want the pressure. And as members of this body, as well as the Democrat whip, said to the press on television, she said, they want, quote, leverage to continue so they can score political points. Let me be clear about what a no vote means. A no vote is a vote to refuse to pay air traffic controllers who are working, refuse to pay TSA agents who have been working for the last 37 days, refuse to pay members of the military who continue to defend us and are serving us all around the world, refuse to pay Capitol Police officers who are here in this very building that the Democrat senators walk by each and every time they come into this chamber. A no vote is a vote to cut more flights and to cause more chaos for families hoping to travel over Thanksgiving. A no vote is a vote to deny food to 42 million hungry Americans. A no vote means Democrats continue to play their dangerous game of the politics of pain. There is no excuse, none, Mr. President, for voting no. Don't tell me I want leverage, which is what the Democrats have been saying. The American people are not leverage, they're not pawns. When Democrats treat American people as political pawns, the American people lose. And I don't want to hear them say, I stand on principle. What are the principles when you allow 42 million Americans to continue to go hungry? The American people are watching. They're watching to see who is fighting for them and who is simply using them as leverage. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, I have one word for my colleagues on both the other side of the aisle and on my side of the aisle. One word: enough. It is time for us to get down to the business of agreeing on some basic things. I think we can. The first thing we need to do is to agree to reopen the government of the United States of America. I believe we should do it before the sun sets today at 5:02 p.m. and 39 seconds. The second thing we should agree on is to protect the families who are facing outrageous increases in health insurance premiums across the United States. We cannot address the Affordable Care Act and make dramatic changes. We need to legislate for that to happen, and that rarely ever happens around here, but it should. That should be part of our agreement. The third thing is we need to support a bipartisan appropriation process to fund our government. We're lucky. We have two leaders on the Appropriation Committee, one a Republican, Susan Collins, another a Democrat, Patty Murray, who are competent and able to achieve that goal. It is time for us to get rid of the never-ending continuing resolutions and actually appropriate money for purposes that the public sent us here to honor. The fourth thing is we need to collectively apologize and pay in full all federal employees and contractors as soon as possible. It is an embarrassment to come to work each day and realize that these wonderful people who are working with us, doing their job and doing it well and professionally, are not being paid. And finally, we need to pass legislation to guarantee that this, the longest shutdown in U.S. history, is the last time Congress ever should be showing political resolve at the expense of food on the table of hungry children. Mr. President, it's time for us to act. Enough. I yield the floor.
Like a lot of people, I've been hoping we could find a way forward and sort of stop the disruption and madness it's causing throughout the country. And I want to say to my colleagues who have been working together to find a solution to open up the government, I really appreciate your efforts very, very much. I know in this polarized environment it's hard to reach across the aisle, but this moment dictates that we try. I've had some discussions, and I know a lot of my colleagues have, Senator Britt and Collins and many others have spent a lot of time, Mark Wayne Mullen, trying to find common ground to open up the government so we can move forward and have a debate about health care and maybe find a solution. Apparently to no avail. There's a group of my Democratic colleagues who believe every day gets better for us. That's Senator Schumer. They, I guess, apparently feel emboldened by the election. The question I have for the country is every day getting better for you? If you're trying to get to an airport or fly somewhere, I would say not so much. If you're a government employee working, not getting paid, not so much. There are a lot of services that are being disrupted out there because the government shut down. And truth of the matter is both parties have had government shutdowns trying to get a policy win. You know, one time we shut the government down as Republicans to get money to build the wall. We eventually got money to build the wall because it was a very good idea, but it didn't happen through the shutdown. And so I learned that shutting the government down to try to get a policy win is probably not good government. And our Democratic friends, whatever day it is, they're shutting your government down, our government down, to try to make Republicans do something on health care we're just not going to do. They're trying to repeal elements of the working family tax cut, big, beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, that would prohibit health care funding going to illegal immigrants. They're trying to repeal many of the things that we think are just good reforms, over $1 trillion, pulling back $1.5 trillion to go in programs we think that are not good investments. Investing in a program where illegal immigrants can get free health care just gives you more illegal immigration. One of the things that we're trying to deal with is Medicaid has grown by 50% in the last 5 years, and we're trying to put it on a more sustainable path and helping rural hospitals. They want to take the provision out of the bill that would give $50 billion to rural hospitals to help with Medicaid reform. So we're just not going to do that. That's never going to happen, nor should it. So what do we do next? I think the first thing we need to do is understanding that the statement, every day gets better for us, is a lie. Us being the United States. Every day that this thing drags on is bad for America, it's dangerous for America, it's dangerous to our national security, the people in the FBI, the CIA that have to work no matter where they get paid, simply to protect our nation. So this madness really needs to end. I think there are plenty of people over here that would try to go forward to have a debate about health care and maybe find common ground, but not this way. The one thing I've learned in my time up here is that taking hostages, political hostage-taking shouldn't be overly rewarded. Political terrorism should never be rewarded. And what you're doing over there by not finding a way forward, you're terrorizing the country for your own political benefit. You really are engaging in political terrorism. You're making it hard for people to do things they need to do and have to do. You're making it hard for people to get services they need because your political desire to beat us. Well, I tell you what, that needs to stop. So to my leadership here, y'all have done a great job, Senator Thune particularly, kind of saying we'll talk, but we've got to open up the government first. I really appreciate what Senator Thune has done in that regard. But I want my colleagues to know the longer this goes and the more people you hurt and the more you try to extract from your political hostage-taking, the less votes you're going to get from us, starting with me. I'm not going to give in to this. We're not going to reward people who do this. I understand trying to find common ground and getting something to give something, but you've gone way too far. You're hurting way too many people. You're asking for things that are really absurd. So don't think you're going to open up the government with a handful of Democratic votes if this continues. You're going to need much more than that because you're going to lose me. I'm not going to play this game any longer. This is bad for the country, and if we do it now, it will never end. So, Senator Schumer, I couldn't disagree with you more. Every day gets better for us. You clearly need to get out of Washington and talk to people outside the wacky left. You're disconnected with real life in America. Every day this goes on doesn't get better for us. What are you asking us to do? You're demanding that we increase spending by $1.5 trillion from savings we obtained from the Working Families Tax Cut bill. We're not going to do that. But the main thing that's driving this debate is a desire by Democrats to continue a program called Obamacare that is not well designed, that is costing way too much, it's not delivering for the American people, and we're not going to do that. Senator Welch, a good friend, noted yesterday that the Affordable Care Act hasn't lived up to that billing, and there are things we can do on health care to lower cost and make life more affordable. But my statement is that the Affordable Care Act is unaffordable, and we're not going to reauthorize it because you demand we do so, because it makes no sense to keep throwing good money into this program. Now, President Obama told us back in 2010, if we pass the Affordable Care Act, which is the Unaffordable Care Act, families would have a $2,500 a year decrease in their premiums for health care. Well, that's turned out to be a big flop. Health care premiums have gone up 100% from 2013 to 2019. So the Affordable Care Act is anything but. And they're asking for $350 billion over a decade to keep these subsidies in place that they chose to do in a partisan way. They're due to expire. If they were that great, why did you let them expire? The bottom line is you're trying to hold us hostage as Republicans, making us invest in a program that's just not a good deal for America. No matter what you call it or how you want to sell it, you're selling a bad product, and that product needs to be discontinued as it exists today. Who is the biggest winner of the Affordable Care Act? Not consumers, a dramatic increase in premiums. We didn't lower premiums by $2,500 per family. They've gone up by over 100% in just a matter of years. Now you're wanting to continue subsidies that create subsidies for the Obamacare that nobody in the private sector has. The average person in America is paying about 25% of their premium that works for a company. What they're trying to do is basically have most people pay nothing and allow people making up to hundreds of thousands of dollars to get subsidies for their health care. We just can't afford that. Senator Cloture talked about a husband and wife that retired early from a union job that have a combined income of about $130,000, that their premiums will go up. Well, the question is, do we need to be subsidizing premiums for people that make $130,000 that have defined benefit plans plus Social Security? The question becomes, what makes sense? What can we afford? What's the best way to help the American people? I tell you, the best way to help the American people is stop the madness when it comes to Obamacare. What has happened since the passage of this bill? Let me tell you what's happened. Healthcare companies, insurance companies in the healthcare space have had their stock go up since 2010 by over 1,000%. Now, what you want us to do is continue these subsidies that go to insurance companies that drive up the cost of health care. We're not going to do it. We're going to try to find a better way to use the money to give it to consumers so they can buy health care of their own choosing, to create competition that doesn't exist, to get a better health care outcome and save some money in the process. So Democrats are insisting that Republicans continue the practice of taking your hard-earned tax dollars and making healthcare insurance companies incredibly filthy rich. Look at this chart. This is the S&P 500. These are different companies in the space. But the main healthcare companies that benefit from Obamacare have seen their stock increase by 1,000% with no end in sight. United Healthcare, 1,177% increase in stock. Cigna, 822%. 441%. Humana, 490%. They need to up their game. MOLINA, whoever they are, 859%. SENTENE, 604%. Aetna, 595% since the passage of this bill. We are not, as Republicans, going to continue what you've created, a windfall for healthcare insurance companies, inflationary mechanisms in healthcare without an end. We're going to stop and fix what you created in 2010, which is an out-of-control inflationary approach to healthcare that rewards insurance companies over anybody else. You told a big lie to the American people when you passed this bill. Their premiums would go down by $2,500 per family. They've gone up by 100%. We're going to stop the madness. We're going to come out with a proposal that will have a different outcome than this. We're going to come out with a proposal that will allow this money to go to people to make better choices for them, to create competition that doesn't exist, and the big loser will be the insurance companies. The big winner will be the consumer. And President Trump stands ready to work with you on the other side to get an outcome we can all live with. We cannot live with this, folks. We cannot live with Obamacare and these subsidies as designed because they're creating runaway inflation in healthcare. They're rewarding the biggest healthcare companies in the country to the expense of the taxpayer. We're going to break this cycle. Now, how long will that take? I don't know. But I know this. I'm not going to be forced to continue this wasteful, inefficient program called Obamacare because you tell me I have to open the government. I will not. And we'll have an election one of these days, and we'll see how this plays out over time. We'll see what the American people want. Do they want to continue throwing money at insurance companies like this with increased costs to the taxpayer and people that participate in this program? Or would they like something new and different that would break the endless reward to healthcare companies and start rewarding consumers to get better outcomes and lowering their premiums? We'll have a debate about that one day. We'll have an election probably over that. But what we're not going to do is be held hostage for you to get your way, for me to vote to authorize a program that is failing, that was a lie, and I'm going to do what I can to fix this. And if you want to continue to shut down the government, holding me and others hostages to continue this garbage, we're not going to do it. We'll be rewarding the worst possible behavior in politics. You'll just get more of this. So here's my advice to my Democratic colleagues. Work with people who are trying to find a way forward, to reopen the government, to have a conversation about how to better to deliver affordable health care, working in a bipartisan manner, and we'll get to where we need to go as a country. We will not give in to political terrorism and hostage-taking. Your desire to keep the government shut down is terrorizing Americans. Americans are losing vital services. Their lives have been turned upside down. because you care more about continuing a terrible program than you do them. And we're not going to give in. I promise you, I will work with you to get a better outcome. I promise you, I will vote no to your political hostage-taking and let the chips fall where they may. You're overplaying your hand. You're doing a lot of damage to good people that just want a better life and some certainty in their life. I try to work with you when I can on the other side. Sometimes we argue, and I try to argue effectively. But I will not be part of this process any longer. You're destroying the lives of Americans for a political desire that's unreasonable. You're asking me and others to continue a program that is fundamentally broken, that's inflationary. And the only winner of Obamacare are the largest health care companies in America who are making excessive profits off a health care system you designed, and all you want is more people signed up on this program, and you're rewarding insurance companies for finding more people who are making a fortune, and the delivery of health care is costing more, and the quality is going down. We're not going to do this. We're not going to give in to this. So my approach is a nightmare for the health care insurance companies. Our approach will be the biggest loser will be healthcare insurance companies. The biggest winner will be consumers who will have choices they don't today and money they can have that they don't have today to buy a better product. That's what this is about. The insistence of the Democratic Party to excessively reward healthcare insurance companies who are doing their bidding to sign up people on government health care that's inefficient, it's not working. You don't care it's inefficient and not working. You just want more people, and you're using the insurance companies in the healthcare space as your agents, as your proxies, and they're willingly doing your bidding. To the insurance companies in the healthcare space, your days are numbered when it comes to this crap. To my Democratic colleagues, you want a debate on healthcare? Let it begin right now. Look what you're doing with taxpayer dollars. You're not relieving the cost of health care to working people. You're increasing their premiums. You're making health care more inflationary, and the only people that really are winning big are health care insurance companies who are willingly playing this game, and they'll never stop. Why would they? Why would a health care insurance company turn their back on this program when they're making a killing? Well, I don't know what's going to happen or when it's going to happen, but I know this. I will never vote to continue this madness. If you're insisting that I have to continue this program, I will not. I owe it to the people of South Carolina and the country to break this cycle. We owe it to the people of America to open up our government and have a logical discussion about making health care more affordable and breaking the cycle of runaway inflation. You're on a course that's going to disrupt American people's lives to get an outcome that's terrible for the country, which is continuing Obamacare the way it's constructed. You will not be successful. I will make sure there are enough Republicans over here to say no to your plan to hold us hostage and continue to terrorize this country. You've gone too far. If I were you, Senator Schumer, I would rethink. Because I'm telling you, every day is not getting better for you. Because every day is getting worse for the people in this country who interact with the government, who travel, who are working and not getting paid. It's getting worse for them. And you're demanding of something of me and others we will not give into. We will not be held hostage to continue Obamacare that's been a miserable failure. We will not be held hostage to continue to give money to health care companies, insurance companies, to enrich them at the expense of the American people. So I don't know when it ends and how it ends, but I know what the outcome will be with my vote. We're going to break the cycle of rewarding healthcare insurance companies at the expense of the consumer. We're going to stop this madness with my vote. I hope we can find a way forward, but that way forward will not include what's going on today. So I will be voting no to the idea that we will continue these subsidies, rewarding healthcare insurance companies insane amounts, driving up premium cost, and getting bad outcomes to open up the government. I reject that, and I will vote no to that. And the demands you're making grow every day. You're overplaying your hand, and you're hurting people. Stop it. With that, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. As you well know, I'm the new guy here. In the past, I watched government shutdowns from afar. They never made sense to me. And now I'm seeing one up close. And I can confirm that government shutdowns are senseless. And this one seems to be one of the most senseless ones of all. But what's it about? Why, for 38 days, would the government be shut down? Well, I know this. On day one, I sat in this chamber, listened to the Majority Leader John Thune explain to our Democrat colleagues, open the government, and we'll negotiate on any priorities you want to discuss. So those have been the ground rules from day one. It sounded fair to me. Seems like that's a fair way to do it. But apparently that was not good enough for my Democrat colleagues, some of them who said that the shutdown was necessary to provide leverage to get the policies they wanted to, and they needed to stand up to President Trump. Well, congratulations. Congratulations for setting the record for the longest government shutdown in American history. Hope you're proud. But it came at an enormously expensive price, a very, very high price. And for who is paying that high price? It came at the expense of your constituents. That's who. That's who is paying the price for the government shutdown. And the reality is this, though. President Trump was elected overwhelmingly by the majority of Americans just a year ago. He'll be in office for 3 more years. I know that for many of my colleagues, they don't like that prospect. But that's the reality. That's how we do this in America. We elect presidents every 4 years. And he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people. So I certainly hope, in standing up to him, you do not intend to keep the government shut down for 3 more years. For the process that you're using to gain leverage through your record-long government shutdown is at the price of the American people. They are the ones that are suffering from this, not the people in this chamber. The American people. They are the collateral damage for your leverage. That's who's paying the price for the political game. And who are the they? Who are the they that's paying this price? Well, they are SNAP beneficiaries who don't know if they'll be able to afford food. They are the TSA agents and air traffic controllers who are missing paychecks, some of them having to take other jobs. Probably some of them will soon need to resign because they won't be getting a paycheck and they'll need to find some way to put food on the table. And what's the result of that? Flights being canceled. It's disrupting lives of American people all around the country. That's the price of trying to gain leverage. Congratulations. The Capitol Police that protect this place and all of you, they're part of paying the price for this. They are going unpaid while they still remain on the job. The staff in this chamber, the staff that serves all of you to keep the floor open, to keep the clocks running on time, they pay the price. They're going without pay. Talked to a small business owner the other day who can't get their loan from the SBA. Small business owners are paying the price, and when they pay the price, so do their employees. In my own state of Ohio, 8,000 civilian employees were furloughed from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The people that protect our country, they are paying the price for your leverage. These are real people, not bargaining chips. They have real jobs. They have important things that they do to serve our country. They are not bargaining chips for your political leverage. Republicans have voted time and time again to reopen government, cleanly, responsibly, and without games. The same thing that we've asked you to do. I've done it 14 times. My colleagues and I on this side of the aisle have voted 14 times to reopen the government. It's not unprecedented to pass a clean CR to reopen the government. In fact, during the Biden administration, when Republicans didn't run this chamber, they compromised with Democrats and voted 13 times to pass a clean CR to keep the government open, the same thing we've asked you to do 14 times, and you said no. There's a way forward right now, though. We can pass a funding bill today, get workers paid, keep America running, and then pair it with the firm commitment that has been given to debate and vote on the policies that divide us. That's how grown-ups govern, by the way. That's how grown-ups are supposed to do this. We don't always get our way. We debate it, we fight for our values, and we vote. And sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. That's what the majority leader of this body, John Thune, who is a man of his word, has said he would do. My Democrat colleagues say they don't want to give up their leverage in funding government until all of their demands are met. But let's be abundantly clear. It's not Republicans. It's not Republicans that you're hurting with this strategy. It's the American people, the American taxpayer. The American taxpayer that's paying for a government that's not serving them. They are the ones. They are the ones that your strategy is hurting. And I say this with all sincerity. I want to offer a perspective. Because yes, I'm fired up about this. I'm frustrated by it. I think it's wrong. But I want to fix it. So I want to offer this perspective. If leverage was your goal, you got as much leverage now as you're ever going to get. Never going to get better than this. The shutdown has lasted 38 days. Do you really think you'll have more leverage after 48 days or 58 days? You won't. It's just a matter of how much more suffering you will cause until it comes to an end. When will enough be enough? How much suffering must occur before you decide to vote with us to open up the government? I'm not asking you to abandon your principles. Would never do that. Everybody here stands on their principles. They argue and fight for what they want. Would never ask you to abandon your principles. If you want to defend Biden's COVID-era bonuses that prop up a broken Obamacare system, then keep fighting for them. If that's what you believe. Not working. You can propose your own legislation. Or, which I would prefer, that you propose some bipartisan legislation that the majority leader of this chamber, I believe, will bring up to a vote. It's time for you to take yes for an answer, to work with us to solve these problems. Madam President, I wasn't here, neither were you, when all the Obamacare legislation was passed. Nor was I here when the Democrats voted to set an expiration date of 2025 for the subsidies that they now say they want to renew. They set the expiration date. But I'm here now. I want to fix it. I want to get some results. But those policies, those Obamacare policies, have contributed to increasing health care costs that are the biggest driver of inflation in the 21st century. Look at this chart. This is the cost of consumer goods, services that have increased from 2000 to 2024. Hospital services, number one. Medical care services on this chart. Health care inflation is the most dramatic form of inflation that this nation has experienced in the 21st century, and it is due to Obamacare policies. Those are the facts, and that is the reality. I didn't create the problem. Many people in this chamber didn't create the problem. But I want to help solve the problem. I want to reduce the cost of health care. When the government shutdown ends, I am happy to be one of the people that works on solving the problem that others created. We want to fix this. We want people to be able to afford health care. But the way we do that is to drive down the costs. I want to work with anyone in this chamber that will change that, to eliminate the fraud that has filled up this ACA system, to target the benefits to those who truly need them, and to create an insurance market that doesn't rely on endless taxpayer subsidies. Create something that works. Reduce the costs of providing health care in this country. And I say this, for the love of God and country, stop making the American people suffer while we wait to do this. Bring it to an end. Open the government. Let's work together to reduce the cost of health care and make it more affordable. Because the truth is, you have no more leverage today than you did on day one. In fact, you have less, because there's less time to negotiate the items you claim to care about. There is less time today to negotiate it when this all started. So it's a matter of urgency. Let's get this done. Let's get the government open, and let's get to work. It's the longest government shutdown in American history. We can't change what happened in the past 38 days, but we can change the future. We can end this today, right now, today. We can end this. Let's get back to work. The American people expect their leaders to solve problems, not to stage them, not to create them, which is what's happened during this government shutdown. It's long past time to reopen the government, to restore trust, and to prove that the senators in this chamber can lead. That's the question that needs to be resolved, and it needs to be resolved today. It's time to reopen the government. Madam President, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I rise today to speak about a grave matter and a clear violation of religious freedom, human dignity, and the rule of law. In China, Christians are fighting daily for their religious freedom against the Chinese Communist Party. And on October 10th, 2025, the Chinese Communist Party launched the largest coordinated nationwide crackdown in more than 4 decades against a Christian urban house church in China. In that sweep, 23 pastors and church members of the Zion Church, one of China's largest underground congregations, were arrested and wrongfully detained, including Pastor Ezra Jin. Pastor Jin and the members of the Zion Church were not engaged in violence. They were worshiping. They were serving God. And for that action, they are being treated as enemies of the communist state. Last week, I introduced a bipartisan, bicameral resolution to condemn the abduction of Pastor Jin and the Zion church leaders and to demand their immediate release. This resolution is designed to pressure Chinese leadership to release the congregation members and to let them practice their Christian faith freely. It sends a message that faith is not a crime, and a government that fears its citizens' faith is nothing more than an oppressive tyranny. Pastor Jin's daughter and her husband, Bill, a native Houstonian, wrote about the CCP's persecution in the Washington Post this past week. In their column, they made a piercing observation, and I want to share it here in full. Quote, "There are few more obvious ways to showcase the bankruptcy of an ideology and the vitality of the Christian faith than by forcing peaceful believers to suffer for the sake of their convictions." This is a profound truth. China, like other communist regimes before it, utterly despises the fact that there is and always has been a higher authority than the state itself. In its effort to bring every aspect of society under brutal government control, the CCP uses state power to drive fear into the hearts of its citizens. History has shown these tactics will fail, and the persecuted church will only grow stronger. The Apostle Paul reminds us that God gave us not a spirit of fear, but of power and of love. I know that that same spirit, one of power and of love, is what the church in China is fighting with. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution unanimously, to show our support for Pastor Jin, his family, and his fellow believers, and to show the world that the United States stands on the side of freedom, on the side of faith, and we stand with the persecuted Christians in China. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 463.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 463 expressing condemnation of the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of religious minority groups and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that Cruz's substitute amendment to the resolution be considered and agreed to.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the resolution as amended.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the resolution as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution as amended is adopted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Cruz substitute amendment to the preamble be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I rise today to honor a very special group of Americans, the soldiers, the sailors, the Marines, and the airmen who have fought bravely for this nation, but who have received the very highest distinction that any member of the armed forces can earn, the Medal of Honor. Since 1863, presidents of the United States have awarded the Medal of Honor to more than 3,500 of the bravest men and women ever to wear the uniform of this nation. Each one has demonstrated valor, gallantry, and heroism above and beyond the call of duty, with acts so selfless, so extraordinary, that they stand as beacons of courage for future generations. In 1916, Congress passed Public Law 6556, establishing the Army and Navy Medal of Honor roll and entitling each Medal of Honor recipient to a modest special pension of $10 per month for life. Over time, that monthly amount has gradually increased from $10 to $100 to what stands today at approximately $1,400 per month. But, Madam President, let's pause and think about that. $1,400 a month for those who risked everything: their safety, their future, their very lives for freedom. For the opportunity for all of us to be here today. Today, there are 61 living Medal of Honor recipients. 61 men who faced unthinkable odds, who put their country before themselves so that the rest of us could live in peace. We cannot truly ever repay them. There is no sum, there is no medal, there are no words that can measure up to their sacrifice. But there are ways that we can continue to honor them by ensuring that they are cared for, respected, and supported. Madam President, in January of this year, I introduced the Medals Act, my legislation to raise the monthly pension for Medal of Honor recipients. This legislation is a way for this nation to say, we see you, we remember you, and we will not forget what you have done. Many of these heroes spend their time traveling the country, speaking to school children, visiting military hospitals, and strengthening the very fabric of America. This monetary increase will allow them to continue those efforts and to reach more communities, mentor more veterans, and remind all of us about the cost of freedom. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize 9 Medal of Honor recipients who currently live in the Lone Star State. We honor them and we cherish them. I would also like to recognize the 139 Medal of Honor recipients who were either born in, entered the service from, or died in Texas. These are America's heroes, and they are heroes for the great state of Texas. Now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the Medal of Honor recipients with us here in the gallery: Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson and Colonel Paris Davis. In just a moment, I will propound a unanimous consent request to take up and pass H.R. 695, the House-passed version of the Medal Act that passed the House 424-0. I urge my colleagues to join me, as our companions in the House have already done, in supporting this measure, in passing it into law, in sending it directly to the President's desk to be signed into law, and showing that when it comes to honoring our nation's very greatest heroes, we are united and we speak with one voice. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 695 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 695, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will now proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Madam President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
I ask that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
So, Madam President, 2 weeks ago I came to the floor in support of a bill that we were going to vote on, a motion to proceed, called the Shutdown Fairness Act. Pretty simple bill. The name pretty well describes exactly what it is. It's trying to be fair during these dysfunctional shutdowns, that any of the federal workers who are forced to work because they're in our military, they're in federal law enforcement, they're TSA or they're air traffic controllers, that they're keeping this nation and Americans safe. If we're going to force them to work, at a minimum, let's make sure we pay them and pay them on time. I came down in as nonpartisan manner as I possibly could. and literally begged the other side, just join us. Vote to proceed to the bill. That they had some objections to it, things that I was willing to address. For example, my bill only addressed workers that were forced to work. They wanted to include furloughed workers. I said on the floor, listen, I'm happy to add that as an amendment. I think, working with my conference, I can get the conference to support it as well. It wasn't quite that easy, but in the end, we overcame objections within our conference to adding furloughed workers. So we've completely amended the bill now. We've added furloughed workers. In the meantime, surprising to me, we had federal employee worker unions reach out to us, asking what they could do to help pass this bill. They are sick and tired of being used as pawns in this political dysfunction here. They're tired of it. One of the things that definitely appealed to them once I added furloughed workers was my bill makes it permanent. My bill says we will never use you again as a pawn in the political gamesmanship that's being played out right now. So I'm happy to report the Shutdown Fairness Act, as I've now amended it, adding furloughed workers, is supported by the American Federation of Government Employees, the Federal Managers Association, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controllers Association. We tragically had a plane go down early in the week. I'm not saying it's because of air traffic control, but we understand the danger. We have to understand the risks we are taking in not paying air traffic controllers so we can fully man our air towers and keep our airspace safe. The International Association of Firefighters supports my bill. The Association of Flight Attendants does. So again, one of the main reasons they support my bills, in addition to the fact that we added furloughed workers, is my bill makes this permanent. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 191, Senate Bill 3012. I further ask that the Johnson substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to the bill as amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
Madam President, reserving the right to object, I just want to first start off and say that I just deeply appreciate that Senator Johnson has updated his proposal to pay all federal employees during the shutdown to include furloughed workers as well as D.C. employees. So I appreciate all those efforts. I've worked on a number of bills with the senator from Wisconsin. We'd like to continue to work on this bill as well as we go forward. But unfortunately, I just still have some concerns about the way that the bill has been drafted so far. Those are things that I think we can work out and want to work out. We've been going back and forth with our staff. I'm concerned that Senator Johnson's bill still leaves too much discretion up to President Trump. There's too much wiggle room for the administration to basically pick and choose which federal employees are paid and when. And I'm also deeply concerned that this would allow the administration to actually transfer this money to other purposes that are unintended by Congress, which unfortunately we have seen happen repeatedly in this administration. So I believe there are ways that we can put in guardrails. There's a way we can get to that, but we're just not there yet. And I would certainly ask the indulgence of my colleague from Wisconsin to look. We've sent another proposal over to his staff. We can work on this quickly and try to figure out how we get there. But in the meantime, I've also introduced a bill that would pay federal employees just for this shutdown without the additional powers to the administration. It's just basically a clean bill. No additional language, no complications, no wondering what does this actually mean. It's very straightforward. My Military and Federal Employees Protection Act would ensure that all federal employees receive the pay that they certainly deserve, allowing them to pay their bills on time this month. I've asked Senator Johnson to support my very simple proposal, which I think accomplishes most everything he wants to do, with the exceptions of things about giving the administration more power. I think we can agree on that, whether we can pay our troops and our federal employees, period. That would be my goal. So I will continue to work to this end, to work to end this government shutdown and address the health care crisis. But in the meantime, we must protect our hardworking federal employees. My bill is very straightforward. We could agree to that right now, and it's done. Federal employees are going to get paid without all the other extraneous language that's in the senator's bill. Therefore, I ask that the senator modify his request so that instead the Appropriations Committee be discharged from further consideration S3043, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Does the senator from Wisconsin so modify your request, his request?
Reserving the right to object, Madam President. It's important the American public understands what's going on here. Again, I came down here 2 weeks ago. I modified my bill quite dramatically. Entered into talks immediately with the senator from Delaware and the senator from Michigan. Within those talks, again, 2 weeks ago, they were accusing my bill of giving the president all this additional authority. In discussions staff to staff, they admitted there is no additional authority I'm giving to the president in this bill whatsoever. This bill is completely silent on presidential authority in terms of who we can furlough. As a matter of fact, everybody's included. Every employee is now included. There's no discretion whatsoever in terms of who's furloughed, who gets brought back to work, who gets paid. They all get paid. The senator from Michigan is well aware of this. Those discussions, I'd say, petered out. Within a few days, I don't know, they were emboldened. They're just digging their heels in. They're going to continue this shutdown. Don't feel that they're getting blamed for it. Didn't have much pressure on it. Now, here 2 weeks later, they want to redline the bill. Well, in that 2 weeks, we've had our bill examined exhaustively by our leadership, by OMB, by the unions. Our bill is in a really good place right now. We've tried to think of everything. No federal employee would be excluded from this. The senator from Michigan says my bill allows the president to pick and choose. That's total hogwash. Again, every federal employee, including contractors, gets paid. There's no picking and choosing. That is completely false. Money transfers, what is he talking about? More power? There's no power. It is completely silent in terms of presidential authority. These are false arguments. This is further evidence of the gamesmanship the Democrats are playing with people's lives. They are the party of big government. They've, in effect, taken a family member hostage. I see our leader on the floor here. He's been doing everything he possibly can to help Democrats release their own hostage. Open up the government. Once you do that, we're more than happy to talk to you about how to repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that works. But they're playing politics. They're using federal employees, and quite honestly, the American public now, whose flights are being delayed, whose skies are less safe. They're using public employees and the American public as pawns in this grotesque display of partisanship. My bill is very simple. It's backed by the public sector unions who generally don't support things I'm putting forward. And if the senator insists on objecting to this, preventing these people, these workers, these people who keep us safe from getting paid in this round, my guess is we'll take a vote on this to proceed to the bill. The problem with that is it's going to take much more time. If we could pass this by unanimous consent right now, we could send it over the House. The Speaker has already indicated if we pass the Shutdown Fairness Act, he'll bring his people back. They're on a 48-hour call. We could have this passed by Monday. Our skies would be safer again. Federal employees would be treated fairly. They would be paid. And they will never, ever be used as pawns in this kind of this grotesque partisan gamesmanship. So, Madam President, I will not modify my request.
Wisconsin yield for
Absolutely.
Madam President, I'm trying to understand what's going on here, and perhaps the senator from Michigan can clarify. So every public sector employees union is supporting the senator from Wisconsin's bill, but you're objecting because you think it grants too much power to the president. Now, if that's, I don't know how every public sector employees union would be in support of this bill. And my understanding is the modification proposed by the senator from Michigan would essentially cover back pay, but wouldn't do anything to address going forward. So in other words, we're going to keep federal employees hostage. So they might get paid for back pay, but starting tomorrow, they're not going to get paid again. And that means that in the future, they continue to be pawns. They continue to get held hostage. This is a straightforward approach that addresses that issue. And that everybody in this chamber who isn't getting paid, I can't believe people come down here and look these people in the eye when he's saying right here, we will pay them not only for today, but for tomorrow and for the entire year, and we won't allow them to be held hostage and be pawns in a political game in the future. And my understanding is the senator from Michigan, on behalf, I suppose, of other Democrats, is objecting to that. Please, please help me understand. This is a straightforward proposal which addresses the concern that millions of Americans have who are headed to food banks and can't pay their rent. And you're coming down here and saying you're going to object because you just want to pay them for yesterday, not for tomorrow or the next day after that. It's about leverage, isn't it? Isn't that what you all been saying? It's about leverage? This isn't leverage. This is the lives of the American people. Senator of Wisconsin has put forward a straightforward proposal to pay people, federal employees, today, tomorrow, and in the future. And what you're essentially saying is, well, I'm fine with paying them for yesterday, but we're not going to pay them for tomorrow or for the day after that, for the future. And we don't seem to care that there are men and women in uniform who are frequenting food banks, who are not making rent payments, or trying to borrow to get by because it's leverage. So, Mr. President, Madam President, I should say, I would hope, we're going to vote on this, so Senator from Michigan can object to the unanimous consent request the Senator from Wisconsin made. But everybody in this chamber is going to be put on the record on whether or not they want to pay federal employees. Not yesterday, but today and tomorrow and into the future. I am tired of the political games. I really am. And so feel free to object to something that I don't know how anybody in their right mind can walk into this chamber, look these people in the eye, and say, we're not going to pay you. So we're going to vote on it. You object to it right now, but everybody in this chamber is going to vote on whether or not they want to pay federal employees, something that every single public employees union has said they support. I yield back to the Senator from Wisconsin.
Reclaiming my time for briefly to reemphasize the fact, if we can pass this now, and again, Senator from Michigan, I'm literally begging you, do not object. Do not object. It's still going to take a couple days to actually pass this. If we have to go the route of motion to proceed, getting on a bill, I mean, that's going to take quite some time. Our skies can't remain at this level right now. We can't continue these airport delays. We can't continue to use public sector employees and the American public in general as pawns in this partisan gamesmanship. So literally, I think you know me. You know I'm saying this in good faith. Please do not object. Let this bill pass so the House can come back and sign this into law, and these good people who are forced into work or who have been furloughed can get the pay they deserve. Again, today, tomorrow, and in the future, assured they will never, ever be used like pawns in these partisanship games. But again, I'll underscore.
So if you really want to do that, we could do that today. Would you want me to just to put your name on this bill and then we'll pass it? That would be fine to do that. But folks are, excuse me, I haven't reclaimed. So we can make that happen. And if you put it on the floor later, we'll go through the process. I would hope that you and I, during that process, could work on language to perhaps address some of the concerns that I have. It's not that we pay people. That's not my concern. I wouldn't be offering this legislation here today if I was concerned about that. I want them paid. Labor unions support my bill, too. No surprise. They're getting paid. And that's why I've introduced it. This is not a political game. I hope we get the shutdown opened. I hope we're able to find common ground to say that we want to lower the cost of Americans of affordable health care, that we don't want to see their premiums go up and people lose insurance. I hope we can do that. It's not a game. I don't see this as leverage. Now, a president who refuses to release SNAP funds to feed people, now that is what is irresponsible and irreprehensible leverage. Money's available to feed people right now, and this president is saying no. The court has ordered him to put that money into food, and he says, I'm going to appeal it. That is absolutely despicable that the president of the United States wants to starve children in order to get his way. We got to move beyond that. We got to find common ground. I hope we can find common ground in this bill. My bill is just plain, simple, clean, no games, no other language. We know we have to have guardrails when we have a lawless president. We better put some guardrails in. He walks over Congress all the time. My colleagues on the Republican side, just let him walk over Congress all the time. I don't know why you ran for office if you just want to be run over by a president. We're a co-equal branch of government. We're here to represent the people of our states. So let's work together, be thoughtful about this, understand that if Congress puts this law forward, it actually goes the way we want, and we don't have a president that basically thumbs their nose that members of the Senate and the House and do what he wants, and he knows the Republicans will say, oh, well, that's fine. We're just here to rubber stamp. That's what we're here for. So let's hope we can work together to get this right, pay employees. They should be. They have a right to that. And I think we can do this if we can get together and get beyond the rhetoric and games we're here and the leader that I heard. It's also on this side as well. So let's work together. Let's open up this government. Let's end this shutdown. Let's make sure people have affordable health care in this country. Let's make sure our employees get paid. Let's do all of that this weekend. I'm on board for all that. Hopefully we can get it done.
Is there objection to the original request?
Madam President.
Objection is heard. Senator from Wisconsin.
So again, let me correct, I hate to say falsehoods, just presented here in the chamber. My bill is completely silent in terms of presidential authority. The senator from Michigan, I know they wanted to put language in there to restrict presidential authority, but the fact of the matter is, and I made him well aware of this, that's a bill that would never be signed into law. So if you're serious about actually paying the workers, you'll recognize the fact, admit that my bill is completely silent. It does not add, it does not detract from presidential authority. There's nothing in the bill that does that. Secondly, we tried to come accommodations with a number of senators from the other side for a couple of weeks. Pretty much fell on deaf ears. So again, I know it is unfortunate that he objected right now, and if we proceed and vote and actually get on the bill, and I hope at least we do that, that will take quite some time. So since he's already objected, what I am happy to do, not happy, I'm very disappointed I'm going to have to do this, but we'll look at their language. If it's acceptable, and again, if he is doing anything with presidential authority, adding or detracting, that won't be signed into law. It's a fruitless exercise. But if we can accept their language, we'll look at it, and then maybe we can come back down here, do another unanimous consent request, and pass this today. That is what I hope we can do. So we'll look at the language. It's very unfortunate we didn't pass it right now, but maybe later this afternoon we can do so. With that, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
I appreciate that my colleagues from Wisconsin and Michigan are striving to find a path to make sure that folks are paid. Folks who are working should be paid. Folks who are furloughed should be paid. But here is the problem with the proposal from my colleague from Wisconsin. And that is we have a president right now that is violating the Constitution. Every time you hear the President of the United States say, hey, I'm ending that program because it's not in alignment with my priorities, or a cabinet member who says, we're going to kill those grants because they're not in alignment with the president's priorities. What you are hearing is an authoritarian statement in violation of the Constitution. So in recognition, we have an out-of-control tyrant in the Oval Office violating the Constitution. We have a responsibility right here to defend the Constitution. And that's exactly why my colleague from Michigan put those protections into the bill. If you have a president who chooses what programs are funded and not, that is an authoritarian country, and that's what we have right now. The whole vision of our nation was founded on these senators and these House members coming from different districts and different states with different life experiences and different geographic interests, and bringing them to forge a consensus or forge a vision of how to address the challenges in every part of our nation. Not to have one person down Pennsylvania Avenue who knows a little bit about New York and a little bit about Florida, has a certain one point of view, be a tyrant. Martial law would be empowered by the proposal from Wisconsin. And that's why my colleague from Michigan was absolutely right to ensure we here in the Senate defend the Constitution. Thank you.
Madam President,
Democratic Leader.
first, after I finish my remarks, I ask unanimous consent the following senators be recognized for up to 5 minutes each: Peters, Baldwin, Kelly, Welch.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll be brief. After so many failed votes, it's clear we need to try something different. What the Senate is doing isn't working for either party and isn't working for the American people. Democrats have said we must address the health care crisis, but Republicans have repeatedly said they won't negotiate to lower the health care costs until the government reopens. So let's find a path to honor both positions. Democrats would like to see an end to this shutdown, and we want to respect Leader Thune's desire not to negotiate on ACA until after the government reopens. Therefore, we'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously, and then have the opportunity to start negotiating longer-term solutions to health care costs. Let's do all three. I've spoken with my caucus, and Democrats are offering a very simple compromise. Democrats are ready to clear the way to quickly pass a government funding bill that includes health care affordability. Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law, something we do all the time around here, as we all know. But we also offer this. Let's create a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms, ahead of next year's enrollment period, to provide long-term certainty that health care costs will be more affordable. This proposal reopens the government and ensures working families who are shopping right now for their health care get certainty and financial relief. While open enrollment has begun, insurers can update their rates after we pass a simple extension of the tax credits. With this approach, we do not negotiate health care in the shutdown, as Leader Thune has maintained he wishes, and the American people get the tax credit extension they want. That is what many of our Republican colleagues have floated over the last 6 weeks as a compromise: a one-year tax credit extension and reforms to the credit beyond that. We will agree with the Republican request not to start negotiations until after the government reopens. All Republicans have to do is say yes to extend current law for 1 year. It makes sense. And since what we're proposing is only a simple extension of current law, the Senate could do this within a few hours. This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with health care affordability, and begins a process of negotiating reforms to the ACA tax credits for the future. Now, the ball is in the Republicans' court. We need Republicans to just say yes. I yield to Senator Peters.
Thank you, Leader Schumer.
Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Republicans have repeatedly said that they will not negotiate reforms to the health care law credits until the government reopens. I will tell you right now that all my colleagues on this side of the aisle definitely want to open government, and we want to do it as soon as possible. We are also willing to respect Leader Thune's desire to negotiate after the shutdown. So Democrats are offering today a very simple, straightforward compromise. And if Republicans accept this, we could open the government today. Wouldn't that be fabulous? Show that we can come together with a common sense, bipartisan compromise and open government. All we have to do is have a one-year extension of a clean bill that's law now. It's expired. It's just an extension of an existing law dealing with tax credits. And over the next year, we can figure out a long-term solution to the health care challenge that we're facing as a country. This proposal opens the government and ensures that families who are shopping right now for their health care can get immediate financial relief at a time when costs are driving families to make incredibly difficult financial decisions. And we believe that while we're trying to figure out a long-term solution to the healthcare crisis, people should not be penalized. People should not be suffering. Give the relief that they need now, and over the next year, we'll work together to find a more comprehensive solution. We know that right now our nation is experiencing a healthcare crisis where costs are skyrocketing and too many Americans are risking losing their coverage. Too many Americans are struggling to choose between food or gas or health care. And it's not just Americans in blue states, let's be clear. Families in every state across the country are paying these prices. Every one of us have families that are experiencing this now in our states. But we can take action today to give our constituents some immediate financial relief and prevent them from being priced out of the insurance market. We all want to end the shutdown. We want to ensure that government services can continue, and we want to ensure our hardworking federal employees get the pay that they have earned. But Democrats have made clear since day one that in order to get the votes that Republicans need, we must address the health care crisis. Because the American people have made it clear they want Congress to take action on this issue, it's literally life or death for far too many American families. I know many of my Republican colleagues want to work on this issue too. I've had conversations with so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who want to try to figure out how we fix this. But they've said repeatedly we won't negotiate until government reopens. Leader Thune has said, quote, "Give us the votes to open up the government. Then we will have a conversation about some of these issues that you want to discuss." And I think health care is certainly something we are anxious to all talk about, end of quote. And perhaps most importantly, even President Trump has said he'd be happy to work with Democrats on health care policies, but only once the government is reopened. Well, I agree with my Republican colleagues. It's not realistic to reform a major health care policy in just a few days. That's not going to happen. And I respect Leader Thune and President Trump's desire to work on this when the government is reopened. And I'm willing to compromise on that. My colleagues are willing to compromise this, and it's something that can be done today if we need to. But our Republican colleagues have to be willing to compromise too. Compromise is a two-way street. And they have shown us that and we want them to show us that these are not just empty words, that they really are willing to compromise, and they do want to take action. So that's why we've put forward this very simple proposal. Extend the tax credits for 1 year. We are not asking to make any major changes to the current law. Just extend that to protect people who are suffering right now and are hurting. We're just asking to keep the credits in place for 1 year so that families can see some immediate financial relief from the costs that are going through the roof, so that they can make important decisions about buying their health care right now during open enrollment. This is live. People are dealing with this situation as we speak. We can fix this. If we care about making sure families can afford their health care, we should all agree on that. We should get 100 votes here for people to say we're going to do everything we can to protect health care for Americans. And we can do that right now. And we can open up government right now. We can pay employees. We can move this country forward if we do that. All we need is a very simple extension of a law that's already existed for some time. We know that from the start that any deal will ultimately have to be a compromise. It doesn't have to be unanimous. There'll be likely folks on both sides that may feel uncomfortable with this, and I get that, and that's the way this place works. But our proposal would try to work in a bipartisan way by creating a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations on reforms ahead of next year's enrollment process. So we're not pulling the rug out from underneath families. We're going to do it ahead of time so folks know exactly what to expect going forward. So I'm telling you now, Madam President, if we vote for this compromise today, we could open up government. This could all be behind us. Families could get some certainty for their future for the next year while we look at long-term solutions. The government can open, but it takes all of us just to say we're willing to compromise for the good of the country. My colleagues are standing here saying we are willing to compromise for the good of the country. I just hope my Republican colleagues agree.
Mr. President, Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
there's a lot of focus on what divides us, but the real opportunity here is what unites us. We're having a contest here with this shutdown where our side is very concerned about what happens to these tax credits. Your side is very concerned about using a shutdown as a tactic. I think we both have pretty valid arguments, and one of the reasons I think there's merit in our position is the reality that once the December 31st deadline arrives, people literally are going to lose health care. So what unites us? Both sides really do want to have all of government paid, and we want to be reopened. And both sides, I believe, want to make certain that the people we represent continue to have access to health care, that the health care they had in 2025, they're going to have in 2026. That won't happen unless we resolve this. And given the time crunch, the only way, as a practical matter, we can do something that helps the people you represent and helps the people I represent is extend what we have for another year. So it's not an overreach on the part of, say, folks who want a single-payer health care system. It's not overreach or diminishing any concerns folks on the Republican side, and by the way, on our side, have about the cost of health care. We are in a practical crunch where unless this United States Senate acts, the people we represent are going to lose health care. That's the fact. That's just the fact. It's the way it is. And we've talked about how those premium increases are going to spike. So what do we do in this situation where Leader Thune, who we trust, who we respect, is taking a position that we won't have discussions until we reopen government? Why do we object to that or have cautions about that? We trust Leader Thune. We trust our Republican colleagues. But what happens after it goes out of the Senate? We have no guarantee whatsoever it'll be taken up in the House at all. So the question that a farmer in Vermont would ask me at the end of any agreement is, Peter, what does this mean? Will I get my health care in 2026? And unless we have it where it's going to get a vote with some support from our colleagues in the House, the answer is I don't know, but I hope so. So we find ourselves with January 1st here, and that farmer, that small business person, not having health care. And again, this is the lament I have. What we're trying to do here, the folks who are going to benefit or not suffer are Republicans who voted for Trump and Democrats who voted for Harris and independents who didn't like either candidate at all. So we have an opportunity. And actually, we're the only people in the United States of America who have an opportunity. The only people, it's us, who've been entrusted by the people who we represent with their vote to solve this problem. And what I think is being proposed has a quality that's rare around here. It's restraint. We're not trying to overreach. We're just trying to say, maintain the status quo so that the folks in America who are getting their health care with the help of some tax credits will continue to have that health care in 2026 as they have it in 2025. So I hope we can come together for this temporary fix. And by the way, I just want to say the cost of health care is exploding. And we have an obligation, if we want to maintain access to health care, to address that. It's not a solution to deal with the health care crisis by taking people off of health care. They still get sick. So when our leader says that we want this bipartisan committee to address the cost of health care, we are sincere about that, because the biggest threat to the continued access to health care is the exploding cost of health care. I yield to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Madam President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today to echo, to underscore, to emphasize what my colleagues have just presented. This is our path forward. This is how we reopen the government and lower health care costs for millions of Americans. This is what compromise looks like. Look, if I had my way, we would be making these enhanced premium tax credits for working families permanent. But I understand that we can't get everything that we want. That's how compromise works. And that is what our constituents expect that we do when we come here. I know that giving relief for the 275,000 Wisconsinites who are shopping online at healthcare.gov for healthcare as we speak, I know that this relief is urgent, just like it's urgent that we reopen our government. I've had so many conversations with my Republican colleagues here in the Senate. I know that so many of them have expressed privately that they are supportive of a one-year extension of Affordable Care Act tax credits. You know, they're hearing from their constituents who will no longer be able to afford their health care also, just like we are. So I hope my Republican colleagues can join us in voting to pass this proposal so that we can finally put this shutdown behind us and allow 22 million Americans to rest easier, knowing that their health care costs are not going to double, triple, or even worse. That I yield to the Senate.
Madam President.
Senator from Arizona.
Madam President, for more than a month, I've been here in D.C. fighting to keep health care costs from spiking for my constituents. And for more than a month, I've been hearing from people I represent about what their health care costs now and what it will cost if these tax credits are allowed to expire. People like Leslie from Buckeye, who's a diabetic and whose premium is about to go from $600 a month to $1,000 per month. And people like Jessica from Yuma, her and her husband currently pay $560 per month for them and their 3 kids. That's going to go to $3,100 per month if these tax credits are not extended. And for more than a month, I've been waiting for the President or Republican leadership in the Senate to sit down with us and try to figure this out, or even show that they care about the millions of Americans in our states who are in the same boat, people like Leslie and Jessica. Now, that hasn't happened. The President, as far as I can tell, has spent about 1 hour in the Oval Office with congressional leadership on this issue. 1 hour in 37 days. He has spent more time talking about his ballroom and on 2 overseas trips and at a costume party at Mar-a-Lago and, of course, on the golf course. The House of Representatives, they've been on a 7-week paid vacation. They are not even pretending to care about these rising health care costs. And the Senate, not much better. Week after week, the leadership of the Senate breaks for a long weekend, all while Americans are suffering. And they're suffering even more because Donald Trump is using them as pawns in this fight. He's still trying to illegally withhold SNAP benefits from hungry Americans, including children, to use as leverage. Donald Trump's official position on the government shutdown is that he will let hardworking Americans go hungry until we give in to his demands to let health care premiums go up dramatically for millions of Americans. Now, is that the position of my Republican colleagues? I keep hearing from many of you that you want to do something about this, but you say you can't negotiate. Not now. So let's just lay it out here. We need to extend government funding to reopen the government. But we also need to extend these tax credits so millions of Americans can actually afford their health care. So let's do both. No gimmicks, no changes. Let's reopen the government. But we can do that knowing that Jessica and Leslie and a whole bunch of other people that we represent can take their kid to a doctor and fill their prescriptions for another year. There is no reason why we can't agree on this. If you want to reopen the government and you want to help keep health insurance premiums from spiking, then let's do it. But if you say no, if you say you can't vote for something like this, well, let's just be honest about it. Tell the Jessicas and Leslies in your state that they're not going to be able to afford their health care anymore. Tell them that Donald Trump thinks that they should go to a food bank for groceries so they can have something to eat. Now, Madam President, I also think we need to be perfectly clear about why we are here and how we got here. All of this we have discussed over the last month is because Donald Trump and Republicans in the House and Senate wanted to give a big, giant tax cut to the wealthiest Americans, a $4 trillion giveaway. And again, Madam President, we want a deal. We can choose to fix this so Jessica and Leslie and millions of others can afford to have basic health care. I yield the floor.
Senator from Delaware.
Madam President, I actually have written notes here. I came prepared to talk about the importance of the ACA tax credits. And as I sat here, I prayed, what do I even say in this moment? There's a scripture that says, choose ye this day. Today, we have an opportunity to make a choice. We have an opportunity to do something that is so plain and so simple. There's a book in the Bible called the book of Habakkuk. A lot of people don't even know it. It's like three chapters. And in it, it says, we always hear how long, not long. No, in it, it says long. It says pain. It says corruption. It says suffering. But what it does say is make a plan and make it plain. So what we come today to say is we have something that is plain and simple and will lift up America. And that is the opportunity to both open the government and restore people's health care. It's that plain, it's that simple. We're not saying you're better than us and we're better than you. We're saying link them together on behalf of the American people. It's a sad day in America when people have to choose between their health care and housing or their health care and food. We're not in a pandemic. There are no wars on our shores. This should not be a hard time for us. We are not without resources in this country. And so today, as many people are being priced out of the American dream, I ask my colleagues, come to the table, work with us. I'm so proud to be one of the freshman class, one of the most diverse classes in the history of this chamber, with Alyssa Slotkin, with Ruben Gallego, with Adam Schiff, with Andy Kim, and my sister, Senator Angela Alsobrooks. 5 of the 6 of us came from the House of Representatives. And so for us, it's almost like we have a foot in both worlds. And for us, this proposal is an opportunity to not only pass something here, but to pass something in the House that becomes a law. and that gets something for the American people. We also have relationships and have been in conversations with our former House Republican colleagues who also want to get something done. And so today, again, off script, but in my heart, we are standing here for the American people saying, we can end this today. And we are saying to the President of the United States, I hope you can hear us. We are saying to the President of the United States, you said it yourself after Tuesday's election. This is hurting Republicans. Well, you know what? It's also hurting all of America. And so we hope that you will engage in something that is simple and clear. Open the government and make sure we restore people's tax credits together. Again, how long? Long if we choose to be. But we have a choice in this moment. And so we hope that you will come to the table. Let's make a deal. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank the senator from Delaware, wise words, and I thank Senator Schumer, all our colleagues that have gathered here today. We truly come in good faith. I thank our Republican colleague who is listening to us right now and for the good work that he has done in trying to bring people together. And we know there's a number of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who've been working diligently with Democrats to try to resolve this. And we come in good faith because we know this isn't a blue state or a red state problem, it's everyone's problem. When we look at the people who are on these Affordable Care Act plans, they tend not to work at big corporations. If they did, they'd have health care. They do have health care. They tend not to work at government, local, state, federal. They tend to have health care. They work at small businesses. They are entrepreneurs, like the woman that I spent time with last weekend in Eagan, Minnesota, who has one employee, and she's so proud of her business. She's been doing better. And he had cancer a few years ago, and he got through it. He's married, has kids, and that plan, she pays for 75% of the premiums, her only employee, and he pays for 25% of the premiums. And she just looked at what would happen, and she thought, I don't know if I can keep them on. They're going to double. Those are the people we're talking about. Farmers and ranchers, 27% of the farmers in our country are on this kind of plan. So these are people that are just on the margin so much because they've decided to go out on their own and be entrepreneurs. Or when I talk to my rural hospitals, they tell me how the people who are on these plans, if they can't afford a doubling or tripling of the premiums, which is what we're seeing right now with the numbers that came out on the marketplace, if it's doubled or tripled, they'll just drop their plans because they've still got to get groceries, they still got to pay the mortgage, so then they're going to drop their plans, and then the rural hospitals, who are already just hanging on, aren't going to be able to make it. So it's this all of a mix of things that I think would defy people's predictions of who's depending on these plans, and I think we're starting to hear from them now. So we have this opportunity. This is really, I'd say, a practical plan. It looks at what we need to do to open the government again. It looks at the work that's been done by our great leaders in appropriations. And it says, okay, what can we do about health care right now? We disagreed with the bill that got passed this summer on our side, but what can we do right now? And what we can do right now is stop this doubling and tripling of these health care premiums. And it's not something that's going to help in the end of December or January. It's a now thing. They're making their decisions now. So that's why we came forward with a lot of people in our caucus, as you can imagine, having differing views and wanting more with good faith. But we figured this is a good idea so that we can, one, help these people in all our states, and then two, look at reforms. We are open for reforms, and then these reforms would have to be done before these tax credits expire at the end of next year. But it will get us through this, and most important, it'll get people through it, like Elizabeth of St. Peter, Minnesota, who told me, I have no idea how I'm going to come up with the extra $200 each month. This is what's happening. People who are terrified of what's going on. So we have this moment in time. We're ready to work through the weekend. We hope our colleagues are as well. So let's get to the table. I hope the president comes and meets with us. The amount of money we're talking about here is about the same as the money that went to Argentina. I'm not going to relitigate that, but it shows what we could do and why we could do it. So let's get it done. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I join all of my Democratic colleagues here today to offer this proposal on the health care issue that has been holding all of us here and all of the American public for weeks now. Because after Republicans refused to work with us to save the premium tax credits all this past year, what we hear Republican leaders saying now is they maybe, possibly, will talk about health care. It just has to be later. We are so far past that. Open enrollment is happening right now. Republicans have already pushed millions of Americans off that tax credit cliff. If we truly want to help these people, Republicans need to work with us as fast as possible to pass this clean one-year extension. This is not some pie-in-the-sky request. As my previous speaker alluded to, if Republicans had no problems with Trump shoveling nearly twice as much money at Argentina, why would they oppose giving this kind of support to our own American families? Is there no time for working families? Are there no funds for health care? Mr. President, I cannot accept that. We cannot accept that. We can act, but we have to do it now. Every day that passes, this damage gets worse, and, by the way, harder to reverse. The best and quickest way to address the mega healthcare hike is this clean one-year extension of the enhanced premium tax credit written into the CR that we ultimately will vote on to reopen the government. Like my colleagues, I have heard so many heartbreaking stories from people in my state. They're not political. They don't care about Democrats or Republicans. But I will tell you, they are at a breaking point. Some of them have been on the verge of tears as they talk to me, explaining how they simply cannot afford to buy health care for next year. That weighs heavily on me and all of my colleagues. We carry their stories with us. Their words are on repeat in my mind every minute I walk through these halls. I am here today fighting with my heart and soul. I'm giving Republicans every opportunity in the world to do the right thing. I've been out here on the floor, I've spoken ad nauseum about how letting these tax credits expire will actually hurt people in Republican states the most. So we're here today to say our hand is outstretched. We are ready to go, a one-year clean extension, and we can reopen the government and save so many families misery in this country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Colorado.
I speak today to echo the sentiments of my fellow members of the caucus. This is a moment where, at least in Colorado, we hear stories every day of people faced with the challenge of whether to pay their rent or to make sure they maintain their health care. People who have pre-existing medical conditions that are worried that if they go off their health care now, they might be pushed into a circumstance where they can only receive attention in emergency room situations, defeating the purpose of their treatments. By going forward and taking a one-year extension, nothing new, but just a one-year extension, we allow all those people in Colorado and across the country to sort through their health care issues, to re-equilibrate, and to make sure that they are not left out in the cold. And I think that's the
The key here, we're looking at tens of millions of people that will either lose their health care or have dramatically significant increases in the cost of their premiums if we do nothing. So I hope that we can come together and move forward with this clean CR with the extension of the subsidized tax credit for the ACA. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Morgan.
All across our country, in every congressional district, in every corner of every state, families are suffering. They're taking a look at what it's going to cost to buy health care for this coming year. And they're going, wow, I won't be able to afford that. I guess I'll go without. And we know what happens when people go without health care. And this is clearly not something that is a blue issue or a red issue. It's an issue for every family, affordable, quality health care. And I know it's not just a concern held by Democratic senators, it's a concern held by Republican senators. So we have a common desire, Democrats and Republicans together, to address this concern. I think about some of the folks who have written in from my home state, and I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are getting the same letters and the same phone calls. Eric in Corvallis got a letter that his insurance premium is exploding from $183 to, get this, $1,588. Wow, that's, well, roughly a seven-fold increase. I heard from Leah in Eugene, whose monthly payment is going from $462 to $1,438. Threefold increase. And Stacy in Lincoln City seen an increase from $1,300 to about $3,200, almost a $2,000 increase. So those stories are everywhere in our country. And there is so much work we can do on health care together. The President has said, let's negotiate on those complex issues after the government is opened. And those complex issues, they may be things like the cost-sharing reduction program. They may be things like, how do we lower the cost of drugs so we don't pay more for drugs than the folks in Canada across the border to the north pay for their drugs, or the folks in England or Australia or Japan. We can work together on strategies to see where there's waste in the system. Or are there scams and scandals in the system? Let's shine the light on them and let's fix them after the government reopens. But let's just do this one piece, extend one particular tax provision that's in law now for this coming year. So there's immediate relief to folks who are getting on the internet at this very moment and going, oh my goodness, I can't afford that. The Erics, the Leahs, the Stacys that exist in every corner of every state. I've been hearing from small businesses, and they've been saying Main Street is Pain Street. Why? Because so many of the small businesses in my state, and I'm sure in every state, go to the ACA exchange in order to buy insurance. And so they're reeling from that impact. They're reeling from other economic fluctuations in the country. And they're saying, can't you figure this out? Can't you figure this out? So I've been hearing from colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we want to fix these tax credits, these enhanced tax credits for people to buy insurance. Well, let's do it. We can open the government today. We can do it today. Today we can address the issue my colleague from Wisconsin was speaking to just an hour or so ago. He was saying people who are working should get a paycheck. That will happen if we pass this today. He was saying folks who are furloughed should get a paycheck. We can do that by putting them back to work, by opening the government today. And then we can negotiate on those complex issues to make this system work a whole lot better, because all of us know that our system is overly complicated, overly bureaucratic, inefficient, and we know that there can be improvements. So let's work on those things together. The proposal that the leader has put forward, the minority leader has put forward, says let's form a special committee to work on those issues and find some proposals to take us to a better place. That's the type of partnership that we need to give encouragement to the American people, that we're willing to work together to solve the challenges that they see every day in their lives at their kitchen table. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues, I rise in support of this proposal to extend the ACA tax credits, extend the existing law for another year, reopen the government, and give us time to negotiate the longer-term extension of the Affordable Care Act. This whole discussion, and frankly the whole debate we've been having over the last several weeks over the Affordable Care Act, brings me back to the immediate aftermath of the passage of that bill when I was doing sidewalk office hours inside the Glendale Galleria. I had my little coffee table set up there and had someone come up to my table and ask me how I voted on that bill, how I voted on Obamacare. And when I told him that I voted for it, he was indignant. And he said, "What could you possibly have liked? What could you possibly have liked about that bill?" And I said, well, actually, there were a lot of things I liked about it. I liked the fact that if you had a pre-existing condition, you could get health care. I remember another of my constituents saying that he was 65. He was a pre-existing condition. I liked the fact that if you had a kid who was 26 or under, you could keep them on your insurance policy if they didn't have one. And then I said, and I like the fact that tens of millions of people that can't otherwise afford health care are going to be able to get health care. And he looked at me and said something that I never imagined I would hear. He said, and you really think that's such a good idea? That is, that millions of people can't afford health care would be able to get it. And I said, well, yes, I do, don't you? And he said, no, I don't. If they can't afford it, they shouldn't have it. And I recognized the moment he said it that he was speaking for millions of people. I had one of those huge town halls with 3,000 people, and no one would say that even at those screaming town halls. But his view was if they can't afford it, they shouldn't have it. And I think that view is really at the center of this debate. In the wealthiest country in the world, does the government have any responsibility to make sure that health care is accessible to people? I think we do. Now, who are these millions of people that are going to lose their health care if we don't extend the ACA tax credits? Well, let me just share the stories of two of them of my constituents who wrote to me. The first one said, my bronze HMO high deductible plan is $752 per month, and using most but not all of the tax credit, my monthly premium is $200 per month. That's using $552 worth of credits. I'm single. I'm currently single and retired, so my income is well within the limits to qualify for the credits. But if all the credits go away for 2026, this will wipe me out. And I will likely go without insurance, even though I know that's not a good idea. And here's the story of a second constituent. Anyone else gotten their health plans rates for 2026? I did today, and I will have to cancel mine. With chronic conditions requiring daily prescriptions, weekly doctor visits, current quarterly labs, and biannual mammograms, my share of cost will go up well over $1,000 per month. And as a senior on a fixed and low income, I could not possibly come up with $1,000 a month. Sadly, there are so many seniors who will be in this position. That's who we're talking about here. These are some of the millions of people that will lose their access to health care if we don't extend the ACA. So I urge support for this. As Leader Schumer said, we can reopen the government today if we can simply extend the tax credits for another year and give us time through a bipartisan commission to work on a more permanent extension. I urge support, and Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for this unified support for a measure that is eminently reasonable. I thank the leader of our side, Senator Schumer, for advancing this proposal. It is a compromise. It's simple and plain. And I'll be very blunt, it's not everything I would have wanted. Like the senator from Wisconsin, my friend Senator Baldwin, I would have wanted the health care tax credits to be permanently guaranteed. I would have wanted a guarantee as well that there be no rescissions or impoundments of funds, as this president has done repeatedly. I would have wanted a reversal of the firings, the so-called RIFs, reductions in forces, that have been eminently unfair, and a guarantee of back pay to everybody who has been furloughed. There are other provisions that, for me, were profoundly important. It is a compromise, and compromise is not a four-letter word. It is the way we get things done. And this picture of unity is worth 1,000 of my words, but it is also a clear response to a crisis that we face. And we face it today. It is a crisis in health care. It's a crisis in hunger. It's a crisis in air transportation. And for millions of Americans, it's a crisis of affordability. Nobody in America needed Tuesday's election to tell them that the costs of rent and electricity and food and all the other necessities in life are spiraling out of control. And yes, healthcare costs are spiraling out of control. And they are at the kitchen table right now across America, looking at the exchanges and concluding they simply can't afford those spiking premiums, multiples of 3 and 4 times, and at least twice what they were paying. And many of them are taking the risk that they will go without insurance. This measure guarantees an outcome. The majority leader, Senator Thune, has said he can't guarantee an outcome. All he can promise is a process. And I am unwilling to accept a promise of some vote at an indefinite point on an undefined bill sometime in the future, because the urgency of now for American families means they are making choices about whether they can afford insurance this moment for next year. And in fairness to the majority leader, he can't promise anything for either the Speaker of the House or the President. And they have been absent without leave. They have been AWOL. They have refused to talk. And we are presenting them now with a reasonable compromise that the majority leader can accept and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle should embrace. And the problem here is one of trust. What we've seen from the administration is a strategy of maximum pain to magnify political pressure. In just minutes from now, in the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit, this administration will argue that SNAP benefits should be ended after the president himself promised that they would be paid in full in compliance with the district court orders in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. There's no way to trust that SNAP benefits will be provided without a guarantee from the courts. The urgency that we face is also in air transportation. We all want people to be able to reach their destinations safely. It has to come first, and we need to make sure that the TSA and air controllers are paid. They are heroes for having worked for so long without pay. We need to stop the madness of this trend line. It's a through line in the administration's tactics here. It's a through line of cruelty and stupidity that has magnified the costs for the American people, not just in blue states, but all across the country. And we should seek reform and improvement in the ACA, eliminating any kind of fraud and stopping the spiraling increase in health care costs. But I should warn my colleagues, we will not sacrifice the ACA. Very revealing yesterday in the hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation was the commentary from a number of my Republican colleagues, in effect saying that we should kill the ACA, an effort that has been part of their relentless campaign over the last 15 years to decimate this resounding and important law that now is embraced by the vast majority of the American people. And we put in the record stories of individuals from Michigan and Pennsylvania and Iowa, Aaron Lehman, a fifth-generation farmer who told us, "I grow corn, soybeans, oats, and hay with my family. The Affordable Care Act has been one of the best investments in rural health care in decades." We cannot afford as a nation to go back to the days when pre-existing conditions were a pretext for denying health care if someone had a history of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, HIV, asthma, depression, pregnancy. The list goes on. Insurers could force patients to pay more or refuse to offer them coverage at all. Standing strong for the ACA very simply means providing health care to Americans. Extending the health care tax credits for 1 year is a compromise that makes sense. It will put the government back to work fully and capably and fairly, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this reasonable compromise. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, we are now in the 38th day of a government shutdown. That means that federal employees all over this country who have to feed their families are not getting paychecks. It means that air traffic controllers are forced to work crazy hours, and we worry about the safety of our flights right now. We worry about Capitol Police officers right here in D.C. having a hard time feeding their families. These are hard-working people who are doing important work. They deserve respect. They deserve to be paid. This shutdown must end as quickly as possible. And on top of the fact that we have hundreds of thousands of workers not getting paid, we now have a president who, for the first time in the history of this country, is willing to allow our kids, low-income, working-class children, to go hungry in order to try to make a political point, a point, by the way, that the American people are seeing through. Mr. President, the cause of this shutdown is not complicated. For the first time in ever, the majority party in the Senate, which needs 60 votes to pass a budget, is refusing to negotiate. It is their way or the highway, take it or leave it. We got the majority, we're not talking to you, despite the fact that they only have 53 votes. And to make this situation even more absurd, and to show the American people the contempt in which the Republicans hold for negotiations and democracy, you got a Speaker of the House who has now given his members a 6-week paid vacation. country is in the midst of a major crisis. Republican members of the House are nowhere to be seen. They're on a paid vacation. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about whether Republicans are willing to negotiate, I don't know what will. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows that our current health care system is broken. They know that we pay by far, not even close, the highest prices in the world for health care, while some 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. They know that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right, something which must change. And what they also know is that Donald Trump and the Republicans, through their horrendous, big, beautiful bill, are making a broken, dysfunctional health care system even worse, taking it to the verge of collapse. That legislation is doubling premiums for over 20 million Americans who are in the Affordable Care Act exchange. And in my state, we are hearing from Vermonters who are being asked to pay a tripling of their rates and even a quadrupling of the rates. Who, in God's name, at a time when health care costs are already so high, can afford a doubling, a tripling, or quadrupling of their rates? That is insane. Nobody in my state, or I expect in this country, can afford to pay that. Further, that big, beautiful bill would throw 15 million people off the health care they now have as a result of massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. According to studies, that would result in some 50,000 Americans dying unnecessarily every year. Low-income, working-class people who have chronic illnesses who will no longer be able to get health care. That is what we are being discussed. Anybody think it's a good idea to allow 50,000 of our fellow Americans to die unnecessarily each year? And all of this is being done in order to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. No, Mr. President, I do not believe that Elon Musk and Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Bezos and the other multi-billionaires deserve $1 trillion in tax breaks in order to throw 15 million Americans off the health care they have and double premiums for over 20 million Americans. I don't believe that. The overwhelming majority of Republicans, Democrats, Independents don't believe that either. Mr. President, the American people understand that the Republican Party controls the White House, they control the Senate, they control the House of Representatives. And understandably, for that reason, poll after poll shows that Americans hold the Republicans accountable for this shutdown. But it's not just polls. On Tuesday, there was an election in which Trumpism was overwhelmingly rejected from Maine to California and a lot of states and cities in between. And one of the key reasons is that Americans want Democrats to make certain that they do not experience huge increases in their health care premiums or get thrown off the health care they have. That is what they are saying. We cannot afford a doubling or tripling in our health care costs. Stand with us. That's what that election was significantly about. President Trump claims to be a deal maker. In fact, he wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. Well, Mr. President, the ball is in your court right now. Help negotiate a deal. Show us what a great deal maker you are. Help us negotiate a deal which protects the health care of tens of millions of Americans, and let us end this shutdown today. We can end it in the next few hours. So, Mr. President, that is what this struggle is about. That's what this shutdown is all about. It's whether Republicans succeed in making a broken and dysfunctional health care system even worse by making health care unaffordable for working class and middle class Americans. It's about whether millions of our fellow Americans no longer have health insurance, and that many of them will die unnecessarily. So, Mr. President, we are hearing right now, every one of our offices are hearing tragic stories of families having to decide whether they can pay for their parents' cancer treatment, for example, or whether they will see a parent die without that life-saving care. There are millions of Americans now dealing with chronic disease. They're dealing with cancer, they're dealing with diabetes, they're dealing with Alzheimer's, they're dealing with heart disease. And they are wondering, if they get thrown off the health care, premiums go so high, how are they going to stay alive? How are they going to take care of their parents, their kids? That is what this shutdown is about. And whether it is in Maine, New Hampshire, Nevada, or Vermont, the American people want us to stand with them. And that is what this whole debate is about. We cannot fail the American people. They are looking to us to make sure that they continue to have health care. Let us not betray them. Thank you.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I actually like good local journalism. I'm going to fight as hard as I can in the United States Congress to keep local journalism and fight AI that basically might obliterate it for all intents and purposes. So I'm just going to read my statement here. In an article printed in the Vancouver Columbian on August 11th, 2025, the headline is, Child Care Owner Urges Congress to Take Action to Save the Affordable Care Act Tax Credit Expansions. The owner of East Vancouver Child Care Center joined Senator Cantwell, D. Washington, Monday to draw attention to Washington's rising health care costs. The two spoke at a news conference at Tree Hill Learning Center on East 196th Avenue, along with representatives from the local insurance agency and the workforce Southwest Washington. Washington's insurance commissioner said that in May, the 14 health insurers in the state were seeking a rate increase for next year, and the proposed increases for plans sold on the individual health insurance market averaged 21% and ranged from anywhere from 9.6% to 37.3%. The office expects premium increases to affect 300 people statewide. Dana Christensen, the owner of Tree Hill Learning Center, said this isn't the first time she has faced rising healthcare costs for her two Vancouver child care facilities. Each year, I face a difficult decision of how much this rate increase, currently 24%, do I take on and absorb, Christensen said. How much do I pass on to the employee? How much do I pass on to the families in the form of higher child care tuition increases? Each rate increase request is evaluated independently by actuarial staff, said Aaron Van Tool, spokesman for the Insurance Commissioner's Office. That's mandated by state law. But the rate changes are usually finalized in September, Van Tool said. Claims and administrative costs, medical, prescription drugs, company expenses, profits will be reviewed by the Commissioner's Office as all part of determining if they are reasonable. Cantwell called the proposed increases a threat to child care affordability. The Insurance Commissioner's Office said Congress anticipated failure to renew the enhanced premium tax credits is contributing to the proposed increases. Congress created the premium tax credits in 2014 as part of the Affordable Care Act to lower health care plan premiums for eligible households. The American Rescue Plan in 2021 expanded who was eligible for the credit, and the Inflation Reduction Act extended it to this year. It is set to expire at the end of this year. We all know the increased rates are something we can deal with in Congress, Cantwell said. That is why today I'm urging Congress to take action on the Affordable Care Act tax credits and their expansions and to make sure we do so before the end of the year. The Senator's office said rate increases are being requested nationwide, and 3 states have already approved them. The Congressional Budget Office expects fewer people will participate in subsidized exchanges, and the uninsured rate will climb if the enhanced premiums aren't extended. NBC News reported earlier this year that Republican lawmakers are split on whether to extend the tax credit. Some said the federal government could no longer support it, while others wanted it extended. Just a little side note before I keep reading. At that point in time, 5 of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said they wanted the tax credits extended. That was early in August. The Washington Health Benefit Exchange, the state's health insurance marketplace, estimated 216,000 health plan enrollees in Washington were eligible for the enhanced premium credits. Christensen said her business already operates on thin margins. I view providing health care benefits not as a perk, but a fundamental necessity, she said. I never want an unforeseen illness to financially ruin an employee or force them to neglect their health care. Still, rising health care costs are forcing her clientele to reconsider if they can afford to keep their child in a licensed facility or continuing to work at all. Quote, "We cannot solve this problem alone," Christensen said. "We need the support of lawmakers, the insurance industry, the regulatory agencies to address the root cause of the rates and increases disproportionately affecting those who need it most." As the clock continues to tick here, that's actually the end of the story. I wanted to read that story because that was August, and it showed at that point in time we had people on this side of the aisle who wanted to negotiate. They were in the news. I summated it by saying there were 5 people, but I'm sure there's more by now. So that is why we're asking with this simple proposal, let's open the government, extend these tax credits for a year, because we know there's bipartisan support in both the House and Senate to do that, and continue to reform this so we can keep this child care facility in Vancouver, Washington in business. Let's not make this. We've shared a lot of stories about individual people, but we haven't shared enough stories about the small business impact and the economic impact to employers when you take affordable health insurance away from them and they don't have options. This owner lamented in the story, which should I do? Do I absorb these costs and not be a profitable business? Do I make these employees not have health insurance? Do I raise these costs and then these parents can't have the child care that they need to stay? She told me on that day that literally some people decided to stop work because they no longer could afford child care. So this is ruining our whole economic picture by making insurance too expensive, by making the cost play too big a role in our economy and taking workers away from us. So I support this 1-year proposal. I support us working together to reform the system. I've championed many things in the Affordable Care Act that have driven down costs, and I will work with any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to continue and expand that work, because it is important. It is important for us to continue to have affordability, particularly in health care, as we have a rising baby boomer population reaching retirement age. We have no other choice but then to focus on affordability. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, thank you. Millions of Americans are counting on Democrats to stop Donald Trump and the Republicans from raising health care costs. And I'm here to say Democrats will not back down. Fighting to lower health care costs is a righteous fight. For too many Americans, health care premiums are going up by hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month. Who has that kind of money? Just this week, I talked to a woman in Florida, practically in Donald Trump's backyard. She is a wife, she is a mother of 4 lively kids, and she is about to lose her health insurance because of Trump's cuts. So what does that mean for her? She has malignant melanoma, and now she is looking at canceling her ongoing treatments because once she loses her insurance, she cannot afford treatment for her cancer. That is deeply, deeply wrong. Democrats are in this fight for the right reason, and Democrats will stay in this fight for the right reasons. In July, congressional Republicans worked hand in hand with President Trump on their biggest passion project, jamming through a bill to hand out massive tax cuts to millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. And then, just to put a little extra whipped cream on top of their Republican ice cream sundae, they paid for those billionaire tax cuts by slashing health care coverage for millions of Americans. Every single Republican voted for it, and every single Democrat voted against it. And when the Republicans voted to cut health care funding last July, Democrats said, we cannot sign off on a 2026 budget that cuts health care for millions of Americans. On September 30th, the 2025 budget expired, and Democrats were ready to negotiate to get some of those health care cuts reversed in the 2026 budget, but the Republicans didn't want to negotiate. Nope. The Republicans decided they would rather shut down government than offer a single nickel to help Americans manage health care costs. They told Democrats to vote for the Republican spending bill, take it or leave it. And they have repeated their take it or leave it through 15 votes and 38 days. Now, Democrats have asked over and over and over and over to negotiate to help Americans with their health care costs. But Donald Trump and the Republicans flatly refused to even talk to Democrats to try to get the government back open. Not even once have the Republicans been willing to negotiate. Not once. So, where are we now? Well, Trump tweeted 7 times in one day about his brand new marble bathroom at the White House, while Americans turned to crowdfunding to pay for their health care and grocery bills. Trump hosted a Great Gatsby-themed party while he turned off food assistance for millions of Americans. You know the message to 42 million Americans from Donald Trump? Eat dirt. And Trump is weighing the important idea of etching corporations' names into his grand new gold-encrusted ballroom, while millions of Americans who lose their health insurance will get sick and be forced to decide whether to give up care altogether or go bankrupt trying to pay for it. Meanwhile, Republicans in Congress are in disarray. The House is now in its 7th week of paid vacation. They couldn't reopen the government if they wanted to because they aren't even in Washington to vote. They have members, Republican and Democratic members, who want a deal on health care. But Speaker Johnson just says, nope, everyone spend another week on paid vacation. And here on the Senate side, Republicans are in chaos. Leader Thune puts the same bill up over and over for the same votes, but he won't talk about changing a single word. And now he can't even organize a vote among Republicans to reorganize the government. Instead, Republicans are fighting with Republicans over what to do, and still no one says, let's help families on health care and get the government open. So, Democrats have put a proposal on the table. Lower costs by extending health tax credits for 1 year and reopen government. Do it all in one vote. And during this next year, we will continue to work to make our health care system work better. It's a common sense plan that helps people across this country and that gets our government open. The Senate could do its part to reopen government in less than an hour. We can do it right now, this afternoon. We just have to put the interests of the American people ahead of politics. Americans are demanding, urging, begging Congress to do something. Do something before Americans are forced to get sicker and sicker before they can get health care. Do something before health care costs go up and up and up for everyone in this country. People are sick of Washington politics. So we ask our Republican colleagues, help us do what is right for the American people and help us do it right now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand here today on behalf of the people of Massachusetts to say that we are angry. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are doubling the cost for millions of Americans, and their health care bills are going to skyrocket when they promised lower prices. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are stripping Medicaid from the most vulnerable people in our communities. We are angry that Trump and the MAGA Republicans are making families with hungry children go to food pantries for their next meal, forcing families to choose between groceries and rent. We are angry that Trump and MAGA Republicans are using public servants as pawns in their hateful political games. And we are angry that during all of this, the Republicans have refused to come to the negotiating table. The House of Representatives has been out for 6 weeks. They're in a political witness protection program across our nation, refusing to come to Washington to sit down to negotiate on these issues. And Americans are counting the hours that are left to solve this health care crisis for them and their families. They're looking around for help. They're looking around for hope. And they are all looking instead at cruelty, pain, fear. That is the agenda of Trump's MAGA Republican Party. Last weekend, I met with Jeff from Natick, who is fighting stage 4 lung cancer. He pays $35,000 a year for an affordable care, health care plan. $35,000 a year. If he can't keep that insurance plan on December 31st, he will have to pay $300,000 a year. Jeff does not have $300,000. That's about to hit him in about 7 weeks. Barbara, she retired early to take care of her spouse with dementia. Her bill's going from $7,500 a year to $18,000 a year. She cannot afford that. There are 22 million stories like Jeff, like Barbara, 22 million of them, who are facing Thanksgiving and Christmas over the next 7 weeks, and there are no answers for them. 22 million people. That's outrageous. These people are afraid and they're angry. By the way, we saw a lot of that anger come out on Tuesday night. They came out angry. They came out of fear to vote. That's what happened. And it's only going to build and build and build as each day goes by, and we cannot get an answer from the Republicans on how are we going to handle those people? How are we going to give them what they need for those families? And it is very difficult to fathom this abject cruelty of this president, who is happy to force grandma to choose between paying for her prescription and paying for her heating bill, forcing a caretaker to choose between being there for their parent with Alzheimer's or picking up an extra shift, forcing a single mom to choose between paying for a checkup or paying for after-school snacks. And since they have taken over in January, the Republicans have promised that they were going to solve the health care crisis in our country. And all it's done is grow and grow and grow. And they pass a bill to take away all of the health care coverage for all of these 22 million people and then transferred the money to billionaires in tax breaks. They swiped the health care of 22 million vulnerable people for billionaires. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great Massachusetts poet, said, "Health is the first wealth." And MAGA Republicans and Trump have looted that wealth, that health, for those people. These people are angry and they're afraid. They're afraid. They don't have the backup funding that millionaires and billionaires have. Now, my father drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. He drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. I'm his son. And I believe that God created a world where every single person is able to receive the health care which they are entitled to. 3 meals a day, put children through school, keep them safe from illness, give Americans dignity in tough times. Those are the families we're talking to right now. It's the milkmen, it's the workers in nursing homes, it's the children across our country who are going to see a loved one lose their health care in 7 weeks. And the Republicans refuse to come to the table. Every American has a right to live in dignity in tough times. That's where we are right now. They're facing increases in electricity costs, in healthcare costs, in food costs, in clothing costs, in everything. And we can solve at least the healthcare part of this issue right here. The richest nation in the world can ensure peace and health and opportunity for every man and woman and child in our country. We're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And the Republicans are about to let 22 million of them lose their health insurance or see it increase by double or triple, or in the case of Eric from Natick, 10 times, from $30,000 a year to $300,000 a year, and he is in stage 4 lung cancer? And we're not even discussing this. The House of Representatives is at a vacation for 6 weeks. Well, those 6 weeks, if you project them forward from now, we're talking about Christmas. That's what we're talking about. What are we in the world is in the mind of Donald Trump that he would allow these families for the next 6 weeks to worry about where the coverage for their family is going to come from? The very least we can do is extend the Affordable Care tax credits for 1 more year and provide some desperately needed relief for those who are struggling to get by, who need our help right now, who need the peace of mind right now. Those 220 Republicans on that political witness protection program that they're on across the country, they're going to have health insurance for their families. They don't have to worry this Thanksgiving or Christmas about the conversation that's going to take place. And all we're asking for is a vote to provide that health care for the next year for those families and reopen the government so the federal workers can get paid and go back on the job. Pretty simple. And we're looking for any Republican anywhere to come and discuss it with us, negotiate it with us. And they just keep saying no. So this anger that people are feeling, these people are pissed off at the federal government, pissed off that they're losing coverage for their family members. And they want the Republicans to come to the table to solve this problem. What we saw on Tuesday night was the beginning of this anger being translated into action. They asked the ancient Greek philosopher once, when would we know true justice? And he answered, we will know true justice when those who have not been harmed are as angry as those who have been harmed. And across our country right now, those who have not been harmed are angry on behalf of those who are about to be harmed. 22 million people losing their health insurance, seeing skyrocketing health insurance rates. Families, 42 million of them without food stamps, without SNAP programs for nutrition for their families. People are angry, and they deserve an answer. And all we're asking for is 1 year so that we can negotiate this issue. 1 year so we can give peace of mind to 22 million families that they know they will have health insurance after this Thanksgiving and Christmas. I thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Senator from Oregon.
President, I support this proposal and would like Americans to know why. Since before Donald Trump was sworn in for a second term, Senate Democrats have known that this is a health care problem for millions of American families that cries out for fixing. Again and again, we asked our Republican colleagues to work with us, sit with us, and negotiate improvements in a black-letter law that makes Americans' health care better for American families. Again and again, we were turned down. So, on the Senate Finance Committee, everybody knew this day was coming long before Donald Trump took the oath of office. Now the crisis is here, and I'm here to say our door is still open. The Senate Finance Committee has a track record of getting bipartisan work done. Senator Crapo and I wrote a bill that transformed how pharmacy benefit managers work in Medicare. It passed the Finance Committee 26-0. Despite this track record, Republicans still refuse to sit down and even have a conversation about how to help these Americans afford their premiums. That's why we've all been out on the floor today. I'm in the fight for Bart and Carla from Eugene, Oregon. A few years away from Medicare, they've had long careers as a carpenter and a teacher. They worked hard. Now the rug is being pulled out from under them. They've been paying $400 a month in premiums. Without an extension of the credits, they're going to pay $2,200 a month. That's an increase they just can't handle. My Republican colleagues have provided a host of excuses about why they can't work with us, but the excuses don't hold water. For example, there have been allegations of fraud, the same straw man that they used to make the largest Medicaid cuts in history. Republicans pretend they're fighting fraud, but really they're just pushing up costs and kicking working people off their health insurance. And so, to again try to bring everybody together, we introduced legislation that would prevent bad actor brokers from enrolling or switching people into plans without their knowledge. That way we could slap fraudsters with criminal penalties when they harm consumers. On the Republican side, after all the talk, no co-sponsors. Finally, there's been an excuse that says this policy was created during COVID, and now that the pandemic has passed, the tax credits ought to lapse too. Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see Republicans coming down to the floor, for example, to say that telehealth benefits for seniors on Medicare should expire because they were created during the pandemic. This is something I feel strongly about. As my friend from Minnesota knows, I wrote that with the late Orrin Hatch on a bipartisan basis again. The first Trump administration used them to great success. Just because a good health care policy was created in a crisis moment doesn't mean it ought to be ripped away from Americans once the crisis is passed, especially when ending that policy would create a new crisis for over 20 million people who no longer will be able to afford good quality health care. Those are just a couple of the Republican excuses. But the bottom line is, over here, we want to protect families' health care and keep premiums from rocketing into the stratosphere. And unfortunately, the Republicans haven't shared that view. My hope is, and we've had an important conversation, appreciate the leadership, Senator Cloture, we've had an important conversation about trying to get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the right thing. Join us as we've done so often in the Senate Finance Committee, and lower Americans' health care costs. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
I believe in health care. Your health, my mother told me a long time ago, is everything, so take care of your health. It is vital. It is essential. And I believe that health care is a human right. And it is certainly something that the wealthiest nation on the planet and in the history of humankind can and ought to provide for all of its citizens. It is right, it is fair, but it is also smart. A healthy nation is a strong nation. Healthy children are ready to learn. And so that's why I've worked so hard and so long with my colleagues on this issue. Matter of fact, long before I came to the Senate, I've been focused on this issue of health care, trying to get my home state of Georgia to expand, and I keep preaching that sermon because right now there are more than 500,000 Georgians who are in the health care coverage gap. I came here in 2017 to this place not as a senator but as a pastor and as an activist. And I remember getting arrested, I believe, in 2017 when there were major health care cuts on the table. And as I began to make my argument and gathered with other pastors in the rotunda, the Capitol Police, very professionally, but they began to say to us, "Pastors, you can't gather and pray in the rotunda. We'll have to arrest you." What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My mind and my imagination had been arrested by this idea that surely the American nation can do better than this. Health care is a human right. Dr. King, who led the church that I am still honored to lead, said that of all the injustices, inequality in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane. And that's why I was proud to join my colleagues, and I am proud to stand with my colleagues in this fight. This is about 22 million Americans who will see their health care premiums double. Some triple, some quadruple. And this is not theoretical stuff for me. These are the people in my community. These are folks sitting in the pews of my church. And many of them will lose their health care if something doesn't happen. A few weeks ago, I was at the Evans County Memorial Hospital in Evans County. And I got to tell you, that's a red district. I don't have a whole lot of votes. I got some. Claxton, Georgia, known for the fruitcakes. And I was at that hospital, and I can tell you that those folks were already worried because of the draconian cuts to Medicaid in the big, beautiful bill, so-called beautiful bill. 15 million Americans already standing to lose their health care, and then the premiums raised for 22 million Americans while giving Elon Musk and people like him a tax cut? That's beyond the pale of partisanship. For me, that's not about Democrats and Republicans. You ask ordinary people on the street if they think that's fair. I can tell you that those folks in Evans County, many of who did not vote for me, but I am fighting for them because I am their senator too. They're worried about it. And so that's why we've been in this fight, and that's why we continue to stand to this very day. It's day 38. And we're holding vigil because of the pain of the people we represent. And there's a lot of pain to go around. 22 million whose premiums may go up, have gone up. They're seeing it on the portals right now. Federal workers who've been furloughed. The kids who like me, are in Head Start. We've got Head Start centers that are about to shutter because of the government shutdown. And let's be honest, the folks on SNAP were dragged into this fight. They were not a part of this. They were dragged into this fight. There are already legal provisions to make sure that they are cared for, and this administration right now is defying a court order to feed America's hungry people. But with all of that pain, from the crisis in health care, from the ongoing government shutdown, we come to our sisters and our brothers on the other side and we extend the hand of compromise. Because it hasn't taken me long to learn that really that's the only way you get anything done in this body. I work all the time with colleagues with whom I disagree about 90% of the time. Because it's not about them and it's not about me, it's about the people we represent. And the founders were wise to organize our government in such a way that that's the only way to have sustainable change, is to do it on a bipartisan basis. And so my colleagues have taken their position, we've taken ours, and here we are at an impasse. But I represent a state that elected me and Donald Trump. And so they expect us to figure it out. Sometimes when I'm driving my car, I've got a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, 9-year-old daughter, 6-year-old son. Sometimes they're in the back seat having a disagreement. He looked at me. She touched me. And then they say, Daddy, you know, they call on me. And here's what I say more often than not. Figure it out. The two of you on the back seat of the car, that's your sister, that's your brother. We're all in the same car. We're trying to get to the same destination. Figure it out. We're all in the same car tonight. Democrats and Republicans. There's a way in which the poor and the wealthy don't. There's a way in which they're all in the same car. COVID reminded us of that. Before we had a vaccine, if my neighbor had the virus, I too was in peril. That didn't make my neighbor my adversary. That means that I have a vested interest in making sure that my neighbor has coverage. And so here's the proposal: 1 year clean extension of the ACA subsidies. That's that's not what we want. You know, if we had it our way, we would make it permanent. That's not what we fought for 38 days for, a 1-year extension, but we're offering that after standing for 38 days. 1 year extension, and then let's sit down, and in the words of Scripture, let us reason together. Let us have a conversation. Let's reopen the government. Let's extend health care to folks who in real time are opening up the portal and they have sticker shock. And then let's sit down and figure it out, because if we're honest, the status quo is not working very well for anybody. Anybody who's just trying to defend the status quo has not been talking to ordinary people. There are a lot of things that need to be fixed, and we can do that, but we've got to reopen the government and give people a little bit of hope. Give those 22 million Americans hope. Give the 44 million Americans who need SNAP some hope. Give our federal workers some hope. There's an African proverb that says, when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. It's the grassroots in Georgia and all across the nation right now who are suffering, because too often the politicians make the politics about the politicians rather than about the people. Let's center the people, and if we center the people, we will compromise, and we'll figure it out. In closing, Mr. President, nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, in closing. I've worked with members of your party on a whole range of things. And at the risk of embarrassing him, Ted Cruz and I even work together every now and then. And I mention him because early in my tenure here, he and I worked on a little thing, just a little provision, to try to get a little bit closer to building out this interstate, I-14, that would run through Georgia all the way to Texas. Same road that runs through Texas runs through Georgia. And if we get that road built out, when it's time to get on that road, nobody asks you, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Nobody asks you about your religion or if you have a religious tradition at all. Nobody asks you. Some folks are going to church, some are going to the mosque, some are going to temple, some are going to the park, some are going to the beach, but they all get on the same road trying to get to wherever they're going. There is a road that runs through this American experience. There's a road that runs through our humanity that ought to connect all of us together, that ought to remind us that we all want our children to thrive and we all want our families to have a future. Let us make haste to that road and walk towards a brighter American future. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Senator from Wisconsin. Without objection.
Mr. President, I came to the floor 2 weeks ago with a completely nonpartisan, very sincere attempt with a bill that we called the Shutdown Fairness Act to simply pay the federal workers who we were requiring to work. The finest among us, the members of our military, people in federal law enforcement, TSA, the air traffic controllers to keep our skies safe. Now, when I was asking the Senate to proceed to that bill, the senator from Maryland offered an alternative. He called it the True Shutdown Fairness Act. The main difference is his was only going to be for 1 year. My bill's permanent. Permanently stops using federal employees and the American public as pawns in these sick partisan games. The other difference was my bill is focusing on the people we were forcing to work. His bill added furloughed workers. So on the floor 2 weeks ago, I said, if you're serious about passing this bill, if you're serious about stopping, and he said we can't punish federal employees for our dysfunction. If you're serious about that, I told the senator from Maryland, vote to get on the bill. I will include that. I will convince our conference to include furloughed workers, get on the bill, we'll amend it, we'll get this passed, we'll start paying people. He rejected that offer. Now, we started having discussions. His staff immediately acknowledged the fact that my bill did not in any way, shape, or form impact the president's authority in terms of who determined who was furloughed, who gets included in reduction in force. It was silent. Even though they falsely accused my bill of giving the president greater authority, it didn't. I came to the floor again today to pass an amended bill with furloughed workers. By the way, a bill that is now supported by the American Federation of Government Employees. I believe that's the largest public employee union, the Federal Managers Association, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controllers Association. And we're going to have the senator from Texas come down and talk about what is happening with air travel as we speak. The International Association of Firefighters, the Association of Flight Attendants. These are public sector unions that generally don't support Republican legislation. What they particularly like about my bill is the fact that it's permanent. It prevents federal workers, and quite honestly, the broad American public, from being used as pawns, again, in these sick political games being played right now with their lives. So, in a few minutes, we're going to proceed to vote on a motion to proceed to my original bill. That's how this works. The leader voted no, so we can bring it up for reconsideration. So we have to bring that bill up. But we already have the language for the substitute amendment, which includes furloughed workers, that has been vetted by, quite honestly, offices, both Democrat and Republican Senate offices, by the Office of Management and Budget, by the public sector unions who have come out in support for it. This is a bill that is ready for prime time. This is a bill that is ready to be passed tonight. Now, it was unfortunate that we couldn't pass it by unanimous consent, because had we done that, the House is on a 48-hour callback, and they will come back. The Speaker has already said they will pass this in the House, and we can get our military members, air traffic controllers, these federal workers who keep us safe, we can get them paid. So again, I'm just asking, I'm actually pleading with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please vote to proceed to this bill. We will substitute an amendment that includes furloughed workers. We can pass this tonight. If we vote to proceed, we can then vote for unanimous consent to waive all the time agreements, and we could even pass this yet tonight. Make our skies safer. But I know the senator from Alaska has a few words to say, and I know the senator from Texas will as well. So I yield to the senator from Alaska.
Thank you, my colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Johnson, and I've been proud to work with him on this bill over the last couple of weeks. The way this came to the floor, Senator Johnson and I were making the case in the conference. I had a bill that actually was a bill about paying our troops. Imagine that. You wouldn't want to pay our military during a shutdown, including the Coast Guard. Senator Johnson came to me and said, hey, Dan, I got a broader bill. Let's pay everybody who's required to work to keep us safe in America. So I said, great idea. Let's do it. So this is the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson already talked about what it does. It's very, very simple. If you are required to work because your job's important, primarily because you're keeping Americans safe, then you should be paid. We have a great example right here. All these Capitol police officers right now keeping us safe right here on the Capitol, they're not getting paid. Air traffic controllers, TSA, keeping us safe right now in America. Senator Cruz is going to talk about what they've been going through. They're not getting paid. They should be paid. And of course, our military. President Trump has worked magic to keep them getting paid, but that's going to run out soon. So this is a very simple bill. There's nothing more American than paying people for their hard work, especially when the federal government is requiring them to work. So what happened? Oh, and by the way, Senator Johnson mentioned it's well over 200 groups now. I have the long list of public employee unions, the Teamsters, private sector unions, all kinds of organizations across America are saying to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, pass the short-term CR, but also pass this bill. So what happened? When we worked this 2 weeks ago, there was a number of Democrat senators who came to us and they're very interested in doing it. Because it makes sense. How could you not be interested in doing it? We can negotiate health care and these other issues, but the men and women in the federal government who are working without a paycheck, you've been hearing stories about the FAA guy driving an Uber because he's got to pay his family. He's not getting paid. And he's had a really important job as an air traffic controller. So we thought our bill was going to pass. A number of Democrat senators were like, hey, we agree with this. It's 2 weeks ago. So what happened? Here's what happened. The same thing that's been happening every night. The minority leader, Senator Schumer, and the Democratic leadership is pressuring the other Democrat senators, don't do it. Don't do it. The pressure comes on them. It's happening right now. The pressure comes on. Don't do it. We got to make sure the left wing of the party's happy. You heard Senator Schumer recently that we're, quote, winning. We are winning the shutdown. I'll tell you who's not winning the shutdown. By the way, I have no idea who he's talking about when he says we, but I'll tell you who's not winning the shutdown. The men and women in America who work for the federal government who aren't getting a paycheck and are required to work. So that's what happened last time. Democrat senators were going to vote for our bill. And the leadership on the Democratic side, because they want to use these people as leverage, convince them, pressure them not to vote for it. So I hope my Democrat colleagues, at least 9 of you, actually it's 8 of you, have the courage to look at your leader and go, you know what? Chuck, sorry, I'm going to pay the Marines. I'm going to pay the Navy. I'm going to pay the FAA. I'm going to pay TSA. And we're certainly not going to use them, as Senator Johnson said, as pawns. Because right now they're being used as pawns. So here's the deal. To my Democratic colleagues, 2 weeks ago, a number of you were going to do this. We had discussions. And then you kind of got pressured to not. Show some courage. Walk up and vote with us to pay the men and women in America, federal workers who are keeping us safe and haven't gotten a paycheck. There's nothing more American than that. Have the courage to do it. I yield back to my colleague from Wisconsin.
And I want to thank the senator for Alaska. He has been so dedicated. He's been so tenacious in making sure the finest amongst the men and women of our military get paid. And then, signing on to my effort to broaden this to all federal employees. Again, as you said, they shouldn't have to go to food banks. They shouldn't have to drive DoorDash to pay their child's tuition or to feed their families. This is ridiculous. But we had a chilling report from the senator from Texas, the chairman of the Commerce Committee, in terms of what's happening with air traffic control and in terms of our skies. But before we turn to the senator from Texas, we're going to go to the senator from Wyoming has a few words to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Johnson for his dedication to try to pry the federal workers who are being used in what is a political battle, and I want to excuse them from a partisan political battle that is not of their making, so they can go back to work and serve the American people. So what we have here is a political standoff between Democrats and Republicans in Congress. It has nothing to do with the air traffic controllers. Some of them are Democrats, some are Republicans. It has nothing to do with any other essential or furloughed federal worker. Some of them are Democrats and Republicans. Some of them probably agree that we should shut down the government so insurance companies can make billions more dollars off the American taxpayers under Obamacare. Some of them are Republicans and think that we should open the government and work out this health care mess after we open the government. But regardless of that, they're not in a position to make those decisions. We are. So here we are, in the longest shutdown in government history. The Congress is responsible for it. It's political, it's not policy-driven. So since we're going to argue about politics and who's winning and who's losing and who's setting themselves up to have the next president or win the midterms, instead of worrying about whether the airways are safe, whether WIC is funded, whether SNAP is funded, whether workers are funded, whether the military is funded, since we're going to fight over who's going to win the election a year from now, let's excuse the people who are not responsible for this dysfunction from our dysfunction. That's what Senator Johnson is trying to do. Now, we all agree, Democrats and Republicans, that this is not fair to federal workers, people who are in the military, who are air traffic controllers, who are essential, who are furloughed. It's not fair to them. We all agree. What Senator Johnson is doing is finding a way that we can be together on a bipartisan basis, excuse the federal workers from this mess, let them be paid, and let us go on with our absurd partisan political dysfunction if that's what we want. If we want to fight about health care, it's my opinion we ought to do it after we fully open the government. But if we're not willing to do that, let's at least let the federal workers off the hook. I applaud Senator Johnson. I applaud Senator Sullivan. I applaud Senator Cruz. We want to be able to keep Americans safe who are getting in airplanes every day. We want to keep Americans safe who are working in the military. They don't make very much money, especially those young first and second year military employees. And some of those have young families. Some of those have spouses. I'm telling you, they don't make much money. And then you withhold their pay. Those are the people that are working paycheck to paycheck. Let them out of our political dysfunction. Don't make them suffer for our political misfunction and dysfunction. I want to also thank any Democrat who will listen and be compassionate towards your federal workers in your districts. This is wrong for those of us, whether we disagree about health care or not, whether you want to fund billions of dollars to give to insurance companies for a broken health care system, fine. We can have that debate. But don't penalize the federal workers for our dysfunction, our disrespect for them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
I appreciate the remarks by Senator from Wyoming. I know people are already coming down here to vote, but there are no time restrictions here. This is extremely important. We have a number of senators that want to speak to this issue. We should give them time to speak. Hopefully, to convince our colleagues on the other side to, again, be fair. Think about what your vote means to people that don't want to be used as pawns. Now, I believe the senator from Texas, our chairman of the Commerce Committee, he's got some pretty, as I said, chilling information to relate to the American public based on what is happening if we do not pay air traffic controllers. Senator from Texas.
I thank Senator Johnson. It is day 38 of the Schumer shutdown, the longest government shutdown in the history of the United States. Now, Senator Schumer told the world, quote, "Every day gets better for us." Senator Sullivan asked, "Who's the us?" I'll tell you who the us is. This is a partisan political show. It happened because in March, the Democrats decided to be reasonable and allow the government to stay open. And the extreme left wing of the Democrat Party got furious, and Senator Schumer nearly lost his job. And now the government is shut down because the Democrats want to show the radical left wing and their base that they really, really, really hate Donald Trump. Now, on the Democrat side of the aisle, there's a talking point we actually had in the Commerce Committee yesterday. One of our Democrat colleagues said, there's a Republican president, there's a Republican Senate, there's a Republican House. This is the Republicans' shutdown. And I don't know who actually produces those talking points for Democrats, but every one of them, word for word, says the identical thing. Well, I tell you, I spoke shortly thereafter, and I said, every witness in a court of law, before they testify, they're sworn in, and they're asked that their testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I said what my Democrat colleague just did there failed part number 2, the whole truth. You're right, there is Republican president. You're right, there is a Republican House, and you're right, there is a Republican Senate. What the Democrats also know is that under the Senate rules, it takes 60 senators to vote to fund the government. They all know that. That's not something they don't know, and it's not an accident that they don't mention it. Why do we have a shutdown? Well, let's count. There are 53 desks on this side of the Senate floor. There are 53 Republicans, which means the government cannot be funded until at least 7 Democrats decide we're going to fund the government. By the way, this is not a new development. When Joe Biden was president, 13 separate times, we passed a clean continuing resolution. What does that mean? We had a 60-vote threshold then, too. That means Republicans could have done this garbage any of the 13 times under Joe Biden, but we did not. They didn't have 60 votes. What was different when Joe Biden was president is Republicans voted with the Democrats to allow the government to stay open. And by the way, in March, the Democrats knew that was the responsible thing to do. It does not take much on the magic Google machine to get video of every one of these Democrats saying on TV, government shutdowns are reckless, they're irresponsible, they're wrong. They all know that. But you know what they're counting on? I look up and the press gallery is virtually empty. They're counting on ABC, NBC, and CBS lying to the American people. They're counting on CNN lying to the American people. They're counting on MSNBC lying to the American people. This is not complicated. 14 times the Republicans on this side of the floor have voted to open the government. And 14 times Democrats have voted to keep the government closed. And then, after they vote to keep the government closed, the Democrats walk out to the reporters and say, gosh, I can't believe the Republicans closed the government. That's when a reporter is actually supposed to do something really radical. It's called report. The person telling me he or she is upset at the government shutdown, why did you vote 14 times to keep the government shut down? Now, there are lots of aspects of this that are painful. But there's one in particular that is impacting American families all over the country, which is any family that is traveling for work, traveling to visit a sick relative, traveling to go to a funeral in a family, traveling to go on a family vacation. There are right now over 50,000 TSA agents. Many of them are going to work. They're not getting paid. They miss their paycheck. There are right now more than 14,000 air traffic controllers. Many of them are going to work. None of them are getting paid. That means they're trying to figure out, their last paycheck didn't come, they're trying to figure out, how do I pay my mortgage? How do I pay my rent? How do I pay my food? How do I feed my kids? How do I take care of medical bills? You know what the answer from the Democrats is? Every day gets better for us. If you're hurting and not getting a paycheck, Senator Schumer's answer, I do appreciate his doing the Mr. Bird's tent with his hands. I wish he'd started off with excellent. But that is, in fact, his quote, every day gets better for us. On Wednesday, there were over 15,000 flight delays. On Wednesday, there were over 600 canceled flights. Delta Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. United Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Southwest Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. American Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Yesterday, I had a conversation with the administrator of the FAA. It was chilling. As everyone knows, the FAA announced that it is putting in place a mandatory 10% reduction in flights in the 40 largest airports in America. What the administrator of the FAA told me yesterday on the phone was why. And here's what Administrator Bedford said. He said, last Friday, which was Halloween, half of the busiest 30 air traffic control facilities were short-staffed. That includes New York, Austin, Newark, Phoenix, Washington, Nashville, Dallas, and Denver. I want you to listen to this next statistic. Nearly 80% of the air traffic controllers in New York City called out. They did not show up to work. Nearly 80%. Senator Schumer represents New York City. Nearly 80% of the controllers called out on Halloween. There were rampant delays. The FAA said the aggregate data, the whole national airspace system, looked okay. But then they deaggregated the data, looking at the 40 biggest airports in particular. It painted a very different picture. Here's what the administrator of the FAA told me. Pilots filed more than 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic control problems they were encountering. Air traffic controllers that were fatigued, that were tired, they were making mistakes. And what's the Democrats' views? Well, there's an old line that a gaffe is when someone in Washington accidentally tells the truth. You heard Chuck Schumer say every day gets better for us. Here's what one Democrat aide told CNN. Another senior Democrat aide said, as long as public perception is in their favor, the party will not concede short of, quote, planes falling out of the sky. That's out of the words of the Democrats themselves. Let me tell you, as chairman of the Commerce Committee, part of our responsibility is to oversee the FAA and to do everything possible to ensure safety. Turning to my Democrat colleagues saying, this is not a joke. First of all, the shutdown happened because Senator Schumer had to demonstrate he was tough, so he didn't get primaried by AOC in New York. Then the next threshold was the No Kings rallies. They had to show they were tough enough that when radicals were marching in cities across the country, they were as angry as the blue-haired angry radicals. Then we had Election Day. They were going to keep everything shut down to Election Day because it energized their base. And then Democrats won elections in the very blue state of New Jersey, the very blue state of Virginia, and the insanely blue city of New York City. And suddenly Democrats said, holy cow, our really left-wing voters like it when we shut the government down. Are there any Democrats on that side of the aisle for whom responsibility matters? Or is every one of them proud to say, we will keep it shut down until planes fall out of the sky? God forbid that comes to pass. Over 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic controllers. You got air traffic controllers driving Uber to pay their bills. And here's the good news. We can resolve it right now. Senator Johnson's bill that we will vote on in just a few minutes is very simple. It says any federal worker that goes to work will be paid. If you have to work, if you're a soldier, if you are manning the wall, keeping this country safe, you're being forced to work, you'll be paid. If you're a Border Patrol agent, if you're an FBI agent, if you're a TSA agent, and you have to work, you'll be paid. And if you're an air traffic controller and your job is literally keeping, Mr. President, your children and my children safe when they get on an airplane, you will be paid. And to those in the media who persist in repeating Democrat talking points, understand this. The vote right now, if we vote yes, the air traffic controllers will be paid. If we vote no, the air traffic controllers will not be paid. So every Democrat who votes no is saying we will not pay the air traffic controllers. What does that mean? There are roughly 45,000 commercial flights a day in the United States. The 10% reduction that the FAA has put in place will be roughly 5,000 flights a day that will be canceled. Now, if you assume 100 passengers are on each flight, I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician, so I'm going to make the math simple. 100 passengers, 5,000 flights a day, that is more than 500,000 Americans who will have their flight canceled each and every day the Schumer shutdown continues. More than 500,000. And millions more will have their flights delayed. So it's a simple choice. It is a simple choice. Do you want to pay the air traffic controllers or not? But I got to tell you, you better be ready to talk to your constituents who said, why was my plane canceled when I was going to see my sick mother? Well, because I, Democrat, voted against paying air traffic controllers. That's the answer. You won't like giving that answer. But I'll tell you what, that's a lot better answer than if you have to look in the eyes of someone whose family was killed because the Democrats get what they are explicitly asking for, which is planes falling from the sky. The Schumer shutdown, if you are a left-wing partisan Democrat, you say every day gets better for us. I'll tell you who us ain't. It ain't the American people, so do the right thing because every one of you knows it's the right thing. Vote yes, pay the air traffic controllers, and end this ridiculous shutdown. I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas for his sobering remarks. The chamber should be full. It'd be nice if our Democrat colleagues were here to listen to that. I'm hoping they are listening to him on their TVs in their office. God, I hope it literally doesn't take planes falling out of the sky. Tonight, you can continue your shutdown, but you can vote to pay the air traffic controllers, so that is far less likely. If you vote no, and God forbid it actually happens, can you live with yourself? I came to the floor 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan fashion as I possibly could, begging Democrats to pay people that are forced to work, that are keeping our skies safe, that are keeping our nation safe. 2 weeks later, we haven't done it. This isn't partisan. Search your conscience. Ask yourself, honest to God, if a plane has fallen out of the sky. I'm not saying it's because of air traffic control, but you heard 500 safety instances. Our air traffic control system is already antiquated. Can you live with yourself if another plane falls out of the sky and more people needlessly die because we are short of air traffic controllers? I know Senator from Alaska has a couple more comments, then we'll turn it over to the Senator from Florida.
Well, I just want to thank Senator Cruz, Senator Johnson, for coming to the floor and making this very strong case. And it's about safety, and it's about the American way. There's nothing more American than paying people for the work that they do. We all know that. Again, Senator Johnson's bill is a simple bill. It's about paying the federal workers who are required to work to keep us safe. All these jobs we're talking about are jobs that keep the American people safe. Of course, the military is a big part of this bill. They epitomize the federal workers who are keeping us safe. And they epitomize courage. So do many of our federal workers as well. So I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just show a little bit of the courage that our military displays every day all over the world. just a tiny bit of that courage. Again, to my Democratic colleagues, we know you're getting a lot of pressure from your leadership. Senator Cruz did a great job of explaining the origins of that. By the way, it has nothing to do with health care, it has nothing to do with anything. It has everything to do with appeasing the far left of the Democratic Party, which is rising. So we get that you're under pressure. But you all know that voting for this bill is the right thing to do. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They're good people. As Senator Johnson just said, have a little bit of conscience and a little bit of courage, the kind of courage that our military displays every day, and vote for the Shutdown Fairness Act right now. Every one of you knows it's the right thing to do, and I hope you do it.
I want to thank the senator from Alaska. Yield now to the senator from Florida.
The senator from Florida.
Right. So, Mr. President, first thing I want to do, I want to thank all the senators that are speaking tonight. I can't imagine voting not to pay somebody. You know, in my state, here's what's happening. We have people that are not getting food. At church on Sunday, the pastor asked if we would actually bring in a whole bunch of food because they knew because of what the Democrats were doing, people would not get their food stamps. So all the food banks, they needed way more food. I was talking to a reporter today in Tampa, and he said the line is unbelievable at one of the food banks he was at in Tampa today. And when I think about these people that are not getting their food stamps, I think of my mom. So my mom was a mom of 5 kids. So we lived in public housing. I never met my dad, and she had to go to farm-to-market stores and ask for food. She never got food stamps, but she had to go ask for food. So just think about what's going on around our country. There's people right now worrying about if they're going to feed a 2-year-old little kid. Can you just imagine what that mom's doing? I mean, I just can't imagine how anybody ever could vote to shut down the food stamp program to not feed kids. Then let's think about all these people not getting paid. So I'll give you my experience. When I was 19 years old, I got married. I was an E2 in the Navy, and I was making $332 or $334 a month. So that same person today, and my wife and I, she was making $75 a week as the legal secretary. So those people, if something like that, I didn't have $25 in the bank. They wouldn't have said, "Oh, it's okay not to pay the rent." Any costs we had, no one would have said, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to pay it now." And so that's what's going on with our military. They have mortgages. Their kids have school costs. You know, their kids want to play sports. They might have medical bills. And my Democrat colleagues are saying they don't care. I mean, it's just did they ever live that life? Did they ever live the life that they are worrying paycheck to paycheck how they're going to pay for food, for the rent, for a mortgage? Do you think all the lenders are going to say, "Oh yeah, we know the government shut down, so you don't have to pay your mortgage"? So I just don't know how you could not have a heart to open up government. I mean, we can have a policy disagreement every day, and we should. But to not make sure people get their food stamps, not make sure that people are showing up today, as Senator Cruz said, trying to keep us safe in the skies, our military that's trying to keep our freedoms, and the Democrats don't care if they get paid or not. Now let's think about it. Since I got up here, this is my 7th year, I've had a bill that says no budget, no pay. Right? The Democrats have blocked it, including yesterday, because they want to get paid even though they are making the decision that other people don't get a paycheck. They're not willing to give up any of their pay because, like one of them said, He has a mortgage. Why would he be expected to give up his pay? Well, they're doing it every day to offer federal workers. I just can't imagine doing that. So what I'd say to my Democrat colleagues, open the government. Pay our workers. Make sure people get food, have food on the table. Don't ever, ever, ever in your wildest dreams do that to people in our country. It's wrong to do what you're doing. Senator Schumer came out and said he had a proposal. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. And I'll tell you why. Let's think about what they want to do. For us to be able to make sure that we start paying people, they get food stamps, they want to make sure insurance companies continue to get rich. So their proposal doesn't do anything. So right now, people don't lose their Obamacare subsidies. It's people that make over 400%, that's over probably $128,000, $130,000 a year, get subsidies for their health care. You could be a millionaire. You get a subsidy. So you say he wants to make sure millionaires get a subsidy for people to possibly get any food. Then he knows that Republicans are not going to continue to support a program that pays health care for illegals. That's wrong. Has taxpayer paying for abortion. That's wrong. Has taxpayers paying for trans surgery. That's wrong. Making sure there's about supposedly 4 to 5 million people don't even know they have these subsidies because it's just going directly to an insurance company with no responsibility by a consumer. All you had to do to sign somebody up is know their name, their birth date, their address, sign them up, insurance companies get all the money. Why would we ever support something like that? So I want to thank my colleagues. I can't imagine. It's heartless to not make sure people have food. It's heartless to make sure people don't have money if they're working. And so if the Democrats vote against Senator Johnson's simple bill to pay people that are busting their butt to keep our freedoms, keep us safe, do all these things, I don't know how you can go home and feel good about what you're doing. I yield my time.
I want to thank the senator from Florida. I see the senator from Michigan. I believe he wants to speak to this bill. We will have the last word, but if he wants to get ready, I don't know.
Let the chair. I'll recognize the senator from Michigan, and then we can go back to the senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, let me first say that there's something that we all agree on, Democrats and Republicans here in this chamber, is that we want federal employees to be paid. It's simply unacceptable that they have to work and come to work every day, do their job, and not get paid. That's why we got to end the shutdown as quickly as possible. We're focused on doing that. But that's not really exactly the total story behind the Johnson bill. I have legislation to pay federal employees now. We could vote on that now. I offered it in a UC request from my colleague from Wisconsin and said we have a bill to pay all federal employees right now. No strings attached, no language that gives the president more power, more flexibility to do things that we should not want him to do. But my Republican colleagues don't want to have that bill. Senator Van Hollen, another colleague of mine, has a bill to pay it. It has complete support of Democrats. Let's pay them. We have two bills that if we put on the floor right now, we could pass. If my Republican friends really want to do it, we could pass it with 100 votes. And I'm happy to, it's my bill, but any of you can sign it. I offered it to my colleague from Wisconsin. It could be your bill. Give it. I don't need any authorship of it, but it's a bill that does exactly what my colleagues across the aisle are saying, just pay federal employees. That's what it would do, and yet that's rejected. So why? Well, there's a little bit more in this bill. In fact, the Johnson bill before us actually creates an unlimited and permanent slush fund for President Trump to use. You're not going to get support here from us to transfer what should be congressional power to be able to determine when we want money spent, it actually gets spent the way it should be. It's not about passing a slush fund to the president. The president could justify the transfer of this money elsewhere. This is something clearly the administration wants because it's going to give the White House more power. The bill adds presidential authority by omits the regular safeguards that we include in normal funding bills to ensure that money actually goes where Congress intends. Now, we've been seeing a lot of that. The president basically is just thumbing his nose at Congress every day. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues say, well, that's okay. If the president doesn't want to listen to the Congress, that's okay with them. You know, we are a co-equal branch of government. We're elected by the people back home to represent our people as senators. We're not here just to rubber stamp a president. I know a lot of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, I'm surprised because a lot of really great people that I have a lot of respect for, and yet we see the president constantly run over Congress, and it's crickets on the other side. No pushback from my Republican colleagues, either here in the Senate or in the House. There's actually, in this bill, there's no explicit guarantee or requirement to actually pay out this money. The administration could sit on this appropriation. We're just blank check appropriation for employees, but the administration can just sit on it for some, or those particular programs they don't like. That's why in a normal appropriations bill, we put in language to prevent that. Now, granted, the president has been ignoring Congress, but at least we put it. We're saying these are the rules. Congress has the power of the purse. It's Article 1 of the Constitution. And yet a lot of my colleagues don't seem to take that to heart. So most appropriations bills, including the current House continuing resolution proposal, actually includes restrictions on how funding should be used. The Johnson bill includes no restrictions. And we know that Trump has shown that he will abuse the budget process in very novel ways. He has said that he will refuse to pay back pay to workers even when Congress has explicitly said it. This bill hopefully does address that. He's transferred money illegally to pay for his political priorities, and he impounds money whenever he finds any kind of wiggle room to do that. So in a sense, this bill is a Trojan horse. It's there to say we're going to help federal employees, but it's really continued power for the president. I've heard my colleagues say that, the federal employees are being used as pawns. That's what this bill does. It's using federal employees as pawns to give the OMB and the president a whole lot more power to use a slush fund of money in any way he chooses. We know the OMB director, Russ Vought, likes this bill. We know what Russ Vought's about. In fact, I think there was a leaked speech that Russ Vought had. We mentioned this in the committee, and my colleagues, I appreciate them saying how wonderful federal workers are. But this is what the OMB director, who says this is really a good bill, the Johnson bill is a really good bill. He said, we want the bureaucrats to be trauma. They have to be affected by trauma. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. I hope my Republican colleagues called out Mr. Vought when he said that, because you care so much about our employees. I appreciate that. But when folks in the administration say things like this, please say that is wrong, that we really do care about you. Not when you're trying to put a bill forward that's going to give the president an unlimited slush fund. Let's be real. If you want to pay employees, which I hope you do, if you want to move forward, then take a bill that we know has the kind of guardrails that our appropriation bills normally do to make sure the money is actually spent as we intend in Congress, which is the way it's supposed to work under Article 1 of the Constitution. I still believe in the Constitution. I still believe that we are a co-equal branch of government. We are not simply a rubber stamp for the president. And if we don't change that way, that's how you lose the checks and balances that our founders cared so deeply about. As our founders were debating the Constitution, they didn't trust any of us. They knew, they're politicians too. They knew you can't trust anybody. So they figured we're going to have three branches. We're going to have the judiciary check the Congress and the president. The Congress will check the presidential power. And Article 1 is the Congress. They thought the Congress was the most important one. But they kind of assumed that the Congress would actually exercise its power and check presidential power, not just hand more to them. with a smile and then use false pretexts in order to give that money. So that's what this bill is about. And, you know, I've tried to work with Senator Johnson. I will always want to work with him. We've worked on a number of bills together. We have language. Again, the bills that we have that I've introduced, which is the Military and Federal Employees Protection Act, it's a straight, clean bill. Talk about union support. Every union has supported my legislation. Every union has supported Senator Van Hollen's. And we're now getting unions. Unions are starting to read the fine print on this bill right now. So we have AFSCME that's now come out against it. We got the SEIU that has just come out against it. We have the AFL-CIO that has just come out against it. We have the IFPTE that just coming out. And our union friends are going to read the language of this bill and they're going to like, oh, we should have read the fine print. Like, yes, it's really important to read the fine print. So we can't support this bill. We can support a bill that pays all of our employees, but it's got to be one that has the types of protections that we have in every other appropriations bill that we try to pass out of this body. So I'm going to oppose this, but hopefully we can find a way to work together. We have 2 bills ready to go we could pass today, but with this bill, we are going to object to this one. Thank you.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Is the senator from Wisconsin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not quite sure what planet the senator from Michigan comes from, but here in planet Earth, when you read the actual language of the bill, none of these FANA provisions exist in there. But I will go through those point by point before we call for the final vote. Right now, I think Senator from Nebraska has a few points he wants to make.
Senator from Nebraska.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, we heard about an offer from the minority leader. It shows just how unserious he and the Democrats are. That offer is full of horse hockey. It has things in it that Republicans cannot accept, and he knows it. And my colleague from Michigan, the Democrat from Michigan, was just talking about power, because this is what it's about. He mentioned power. A number of other folks have talked about leverage. They need to have this shutdown for leverage. A number of Democrats have said this. But what I'm here today is to talk about people, not leverage, not power, people, air traffic controllers. These are letters that I have received from air traffic controllers, handwritten letters that are talking about what they are going through right now because of the minority leader's shutdown. Let me just read you some of these. My wife suffers from a chronic autoimmune disease that without her medication would cripple her. Our monthly copay for her specialty medication is $2,800 a month. We have less than 2 weeks before her next round of medication is due. Our situation is not sustainable, even with pulling money from our savings. That from one of our air traffic controllers in Nebraska. Here's another one. Each shutdown gets harder than the last. The mental stress of the unknown gets harder each time. With my growing family and medical bills for my family, it gets harder every time. Both my children have neurological disorders that require constant monitoring and medical care. I take pride in my job and the service we provide here at Omaha Approach Control. As a patriot and a veteran, I take my federal oath seriously. I will always continue to do my job and keep the skies safe and expeditious. Or here's another one. Myself and my family, to include my 3-year-old daughter, are struggling to make ends meet. I now have to decide between putting food on the table, paying my mortgage, paying my car note, and many other things I need to survive. Are the Democrats deaf? Do they not hear from the people that they're putting in these situations? This is their shutdown. This is their Biden budget they're not voting for. They voted for this 4 times over the last 19 months, and now they won't because their far left wing tells them not to. We have patriots here who are suffering. Why don't they show some of the courage that these people are and stand up to their far left wing and vote for this bill so that at least the people who are working can get paid? Is that so much to ask? That we pay the people who are actually trying to keep the skies safe? The A Democrat staffer was earlier quoted as saying, we're going to do this till planes start falling from the sky. Well, folks, we already heard that the FAA is going to cut back 10% this week on the number of flights because of safety concerns. But it's the people that are the air traffic controllers and our law enforcement and everybody else who is working in a federal job that is not getting paid are paying the price for the minority leader shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Senator from Wisconsin.
And I appreciate the comments from Senator from Nebraska. I think the senator from Utah would also like to speak to the bill.
Mr. President, I want to commend my friend and colleague, the senator from Wisconsin, for his outstanding work on this bill, the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson has seized on something very important here. We're surrounded by people in this very building and throughout the United States and across the globe, people who are faithfully, valiantly working for the United States government. Now, some of them are staffers in this very room, not being paid. Some of them are the police officers we greeted on our way in who are keeping the Capitol Hill complex safe. Some of them are soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardsmen all over the world who are serving the United States government at risk of life and limb to keep us safe. And there are countless others in different occupations who are not being paid. Why? Well, they're not being paid because our friends on the other side of the aisle are wanting to expand government yet again. They may think that this is the right message, that this is a winning message. This is not. It's not the right message. It's not a winning message, even for them, because it highlights something. It highlights the danger in putting too much trust, too many responsibilities, too many functions in the United States government. So much so that when a crisis like this emerges, and the Schumer shutdown now drags well into its second month, they see that what the American people have previously regarded as a service performed by their government to them is now being held over them to extort even more money out of them under threat of planes falling from the sky. And we're told by Democrat after Democrat on television interviews and elsewhere, well, it's okay. It's okay because this is leverage. This is our leverage. Well, what do they want to use that leverage for? They want to use it so as to paper over the failures, the abject failures of Obamacare, this law that has succeeded in doing exactly one thing: enriching large health insurance companies while making all Americans poorer. Premiums have skyrocketed, coverage has diminished, quality has completely tanked as a result. They know this, they understand this, they see premiums continuing to increase year after year after year. And so what do they want to do with it? Well, they want to spend a lot more money moving forward. Money at a time when the U.S. government is already $38 trillion in debt. Money to hide, to conceal what it is that Obamacare is doing to the American people. When in fact, what Obamacare has done is diminished the health care options that the American people have. It used to be that you could negotiate with a health insurance company and buy a health insurance policy. But Obamacare, in many ways, made what was once health insurance illegal. We need to make health insurance legal again. We need to allow a willing customer to pay a willing insurer for a health insurance policy, rather than an Obamacare health plan, which very often, through its Byzantine labyrinth of federal regulations, just adds to the cost and adds to the profits, the bottom line of these huge healthcare companies. So yeah, they want to take this to extort the American people in their position of vulnerability at a time when we're told planes may start falling from the sky, at a time when people's airplane tickets are being rendered valueless because a lot of these flights are not going to be able to be made, and all kinds of other problems are happening, while at the same time, our federal workforce is not being paid. These are not the right people to punish for the failures of Obamacare. Don't let them carry that burden. Don't make them do it. They didn't do this to the American people. Obamacare did. Let's fix Obamacare. Let's make it legal again to have health insurance, actual health insurance, not that sort of bastardized form of health insurance that emerged from Obamacare's endless regulations that result in diminished quality, lower coverage, and endlessly higher premiums. Mr. President, this shutdown has gone on long enough. This shutdown should come to an end, and it should come to an end by the very generous offer made by Republicans time and time and time again to continue at spending levels that until just months ago were the Democrats' own spending levels. That's not enough for them. We've got to end the madness and end the shutdown. At the very least, even if we're not to end the shutdown, we should pass Senator Johnson's bill. We should do that tonight. We should do it right now. Because regardless of what you think we ought to do with Obamacare or any other aspect of government, these workers who have now gone for some time without a paycheck, they should not be required to make this sacrifice, especially when you consider what it's for. Hiding the true cost of Obamacare. That is shameful. Again, I thank and I commend Senator Johnson and his team for putting together this legislation. I'm proud to support it. I wholeheartedly endorse it, and I plead with my colleagues to vote for it, and let's get these workers paid. They deserve nothing less. Thank you.
And I want to thank the senator from Utah for his remarks.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I don't want to spend all the time refuting all the misrepresentations from the senator from Michigan in terms of what phantom provisions he claims are in my bill. There's no slush fund. It is completely silent on presidential authority. I know some people want to reduce authority, but that's a bill that won't be signed. If you want to pay the federal workers, if you want to stop punishing them for our dysfunction, if you want to stop using them as pawns in this political game, that's a demand you have to drop. The money appropriated in this bill will go to pay workers. That also was a false argument. But if you're not quite satisfied with the language, it's been out there and we've been trying to work and get feedback for 2 weeks, and we've gotten excellent feedback from leadership, from discussions on both sides of the aisle, from OMB, trying to perfect this thing. The solution is get on the bill. Get on the bill and offer amendment. Keep talking to us. Don't close it down. Now, we heard from a number of our Republican colleagues. We heard from Senator from Michigan. Now, obviously, passions are running high. There's a great deal of frustration, certainly on our side, when the other side simply won't take yes for an answer. But I came down here 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan stance as I possibly could be. Because as Senator from Michigan stated, we all agree that these people ought to be paid. So the way to do that is not offer a bill on unanimous consent that has no chance of being signed into law. The way to do that is to vote to proceed tonight to this bill. If we could iron out differences, we could yield back time to get this thing passed. The Speaker of the House said he'd already come back and pass this. So we are so close. I realize they're going to be hard partisans. I know liberal unions have now come out against this, but the bulk of the public sector unions are for it. They prefer my bill over anything else that they may also have supported because this is permanent. This ends using federal workforce and, quite honestly, the American public as pawns in these partisan games for all time. Again, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Federal Managers Association, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controller Association. And again, I hope our Democrat colleagues listen to Senator Cruz's chilling and sobering remarks just a few minutes ago, the International Association of Firefighters and the Association of Flight Attendants. This bill has support because it makes so much sense. It is fair. So we had 3 Democrats join us 2 weeks ago. There are 2 other Democrats who have voted for the House CR. That brings us up to a total of 58. Now, we vote against this because we didn't have furloughed workers. We've added furloughed workers. So hopefully those two will join us. I have talked to enough Democrat senators trying to get their input, trying to get this passed. I know there are Democrat senators that want to vote for this bill, that can vote for this bill. So, putting all partisanship aside, again, I want to appeal to your better angels. Search your conscience. Sign on to a bill. Vote for a bill that ends using federal workers, the American public, as pawns. The senator from Maryland said last week, let's not punish federal workers for our dysfunction. But I think my closing argument has to be to go back to what the senator from Texas was talking about, air traffic control in that situation. 500 safety issues reported recently in our skies. Search your conscience. Can you imagine? I mean, honestly, think about it. Imagine what the one Democrat staffer said, that we're going to cling to this until planes fall out of the sky. Think about how you would feel if, God forbid, a plane, another plane, fell out of the sky and people died. How could you live with yourself? Now, again, you can continue the shutdown. I mean, that's your political choice. You can continue to vote against the very reasonable House continuing resolution. But you can still vote to pay federal workers. You can vote to make sure that air traffic controllers get back to their stations and keep our skies as safe as possible. You can vote to dramatically reduce the chance that a plane will fall out of the sky. We just need two more of you. Two more of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are working with, quite honestly, folks on this side trying to end the shutdown. Just two of those that I spoke to that I thought would vote for this. I'm begging you, two more. Let's get on this bill. Let's pay federal workers. Let's make our nation safer. Let's do the fair thing. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote to proceed to this bill and get it passed. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. Motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on cloture on the motion to proceed S3012.
Questions in the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on cloture on the motion to proceed S3012.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 191 S3012, a bill to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of accepted federal employees for periods of work performed during a lapse in appropriations and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S3012 to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of accepted federal employees for periods of work performed during a lapse in appropriations and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Van Hollen, Warner, and Welch. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Lujan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 43. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I understand there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
Clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S. 3166, a bill to rescind unused COVID funding and reduce the deficit.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard. Bill will be read the second time on the next legislative day.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Saturday, November the 8th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Cassidy.
Without objection. Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, I'm going to try and present a way forward for Democrats, Republicans, and Americans out of our current situation with a different proposal than people have already thought of. Now, the government should have been shut down for 38 days, and tomorrow we're going to vote again, and tomorrow the vote will again fail. But in Americans, Congress is frustrated. We need to open the government. So, if to open the government we need to talk about health care, let's talk about health care. Let's have a conversation in the family. We have an affordability crisis, and health insurance is part of it. Now, this is personal to me. I'm a doctor, practiced in a hospital for the uninsured and the poorly insured for 20 years. And many of those people that came to see me were middle-income Americans who could not afford their medical bills and could not afford insurance. I want to see this solved. But if we're going to solve it now in this present circumstance, we need to move beyond entrenched ways of thinking that have settled us in our camps and refuse to allow us to listen to the other person. And I thank some of my Democratic colleagues for being here. We've got to be creative. Now, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, tried to make health care affordable by giving insurance companies more money. The enhanced premium tax credits, EPTC, is the latest example. It sends, next year it would send $26 billion to insurers, hoping that families see smaller bills. But that actually doesn't make health care less expensive. And for some, it actually makes the health insurance more expensive if you're not getting subsidized care on the exchange. So we can do better than just papering over the cost with subsidies. Instead of paying insurance companies to manage our money, let's trust Americans with a pre-funded, flexible savings account worth as much as the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Let me repeat that. A pre-funded, not out of their salary, but pre-funded from the federal taxpayer, equivalent in value to the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Now, let me make it clear. I'm not speaking for the Republican caucus. I'm not speaking for President Trump. I'm not even speaking as the Health Committee chairman. I'm speaking as a senator and as an American that sees us at an impasse and is trying to think differently about how we can move forward. So, I'm going to present to my fellow Americans an idea that hopefully will move us out of this stalemate and go forward. And I'm going to try and speak as if I'm speaking to the American back home. Here's the problem. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, if the insurance company decides to pay more, they just get more subsidy from the taxpayer. Now, insurance companies get paid no matter what, and it doesn't matter how expensive the tab is. There's absolutely no incentive to bring the cost down. There's no transparency as to what the care really costs, and there is absolutely no reward for the family that goes to a place which is less expensive. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. you're hiding the fracture, but you're not fixing the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone, which is high health care costs. So, put simply, the enhanced premium tax credit does not empower patients. It enriches insurance companies. By the way, they're important. We need them. But if I have a choice of empowering you, the American, or enriching an insurance company, I and we should pick our fellow American. Now, imagine a different type of help. Not paying the insurance company another subsidy, but putting money pre-funded, not out of your salary, but roughly equal to the enhanced premium tax credit, put that into an account that you control. Every eligible American citizen on the exchange would receive this federally pre-funded flexible spending account. And it would work like the prepaid health account you use for real-world health expenses. It would actually have more flexibility than your current insurance proposal. You go to the dentist, it can pay for dental care. You go to the orthodontist, it can pay for your orthodontal care. It can pay for eyeglasses, which typically insurance does not pay for. Prescription drugs, medical supplies, your deductible, your copay, it can pay for it all. Now, it wouldn't pay for insurance premiums. This is about you spending directly for your health care costs, not about enriching insurance companies. It would pay for the care that families actually use. That's what a pre-funded flexible spending account actually does. I keep emphasizing pre, because I mention this to people, and they say, wait a second, this has to come out of my salary. No, this would be the money that would go to an enhanced premium tax credit, and instead it goes into this account that you control. Now, it seems complicated for some. I go and I mention it to them. I say, oh, boy, this is something different, Bill. This is a great idea, but, it's kind of like, just too different. 72% of Americans getting their health care through some government entity are offered flexible savings accounts. 47% of people getting insurance through their employer are offered FSAs. This is something that is used by millions of Americans already. So what I'm proposing is just to give this option to people on the exchanges. And by the way, the federal government already offers flexible savings accounts to people on the small business exchanges. Members of Congress, we are on the Obamacare Small Business Exchange. We have the option of choosing an FSA. My family has one. And the Department of Treasury already has an office through which they funnel money to pay for these flexible spending accounts that I, as an individual, choose to get. So what we're speaking of is just offering to people on the exchanges, that on the individual exchange, that which is already offered to people on the small business exchange, and paying for it by the same mechanism in which it's already done through that exchange. Now, still, there's going to be some bureaucracy involved. But if there's any president that can overcome the inertia of the bureaucracy to make it happen by January 1, 2026, is Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump is the man who, when it was told it would take 18 years, 10 years, 18 months to come up with a vaccine and a program to prevent COVID transmission, he did it in 10 to 11 months. This president can overcome the inertia, and we have a running start because the federal government is already doing this. Now, let me make clear the key differences between enhanced premium tax credits and federally funded flexible spending accounts. First, who gets the money? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, insurance companies. Under this, it is patients and families. What can it be used for? Here, the premium tax credits go for insurance premiums. Period, stop, full stop, boom, it goes to the insurance company. Here, real care. Your doctor visit, your deductible, your copay, your dentist, your glasses, your prescriptions, that sort of thing. Who makes the decision? The insurance company. Just wait and fight with them about a pre-authorization. Under the flexible spending account, you make the decision. You have the power. And lastly, does it lower cost? No. it is pretty clear if we continue to fund insurance companies no matter what they pay, it drives up the cost. In contrast, if you empower the patient, that mother is going to find the most affordable option. It's been studied. If you give people something that they perceive as their own money, they hunt for that bargain. By the way, if they go and they find out that the cash price is cheaper than what the insurance company would charge them, they will have the option of using this for the cash price. So we have reforms in here that give the patient even more power. Good thing about that, as the patient saves money, so does the taxpayer, and that's a good thing. So, the pre-funded, flexible spending account doesn't treat people like dependents of the government, as do the enhanced premium tax credits. It treats you like a capable consumer who knows what is best for your family. You decide where to go for dental work. You decide your pharmacy. You decide whether to pay the cash price or the negotiated price that the insurance company offers you. And instead of Washington paying insurance companies to manage your day-to-day care, you manage it with fairness, transparency, and flexibility. Now, some will ask, won't this cost money? Of course. In the first year, it'll be about the same amount as the enhanced premium tax credit. And my Democratic colleagues should like that. But the individual would be getting better value through the federally pre-funded FSA, because she is spending it on that which she actually needs, as opposed to up to 20% of it going for overhead, profit, and administrative cost. It isn't just fiscally responsible, it's common sense. Who wouldn't rather have their money in their own pocket than for the insurance company to dictate how they spend it? So here's the choice before us. In conclusion, we can keep paying insurance companies to paper over the higher cost behind confusing bills in a system which actually raises the cost for some, or we can give Americans the tools, we can trust our fellow Americans to pay for their care directly at fair prices with transparency. If you will, it puts patients first, not insurers. It encourages competition. It rewards smart choices, and it begins to make health care truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of the consumer. Let's stop writing blank checks to insurance companies. Let's invest in our fellow Americans. I say this, we have to first open the government. This takes writing some legislation. We have to open the government. But we have to be willing to take a risk to solve a problem and not be afraid to do something different. I have seen in our chamber right now a hunkering down. We've not been able to solve it, so we're not going to try anything different. We're just going to wear the other side down until they wave the white flag. Now is the time to be creative. I'm a rock rib Republican, but I will say what I just offered is not a Republican solution. It is not a Democratic solution. It is an American solution. Let's open the government. Let's work together. Let's fix health care by giving the American more power, not the insurance company. Thank you.
Senator.
A question
From Washington. Without objection.
Thank you. Will my colleague yield for a question? Absolutely. Thank you. I noticed in your proposal you're talking about something that you would hope to affect January of next year. Is that correct?
That is the goal, to have this ready for next year.
What is the senator from Louisiana's interpretation of how the market controls the? You're trying to create a market mechanism where you're giving the consumer the same amount of money you would give them in the tax credits to make the insurance more affordable only through a health savings account. But how do you know once you gave that in the health savings account, the market is going to not still have an increase above that amount? So how do you think this affects the market?
Wonderful question. First, this is a flexible savings account, not a health savings account. There is a legal distinction. I want to make that. When the enhanced premium tax credits are not renewed, we know the insurance companies have already set up their rates. And so the consumer, our fellow American, will be choosing from the offerings that have been made by the insurance company for them to choose from. The difference would be, and they will see, by the way, that the policy for someone at 400% of federal poverty level costs about $2,500 more a year than it otherwise would have with the enhanced premium tax credit. This would be supplemental. We would say to that individual, you're at 400% of federal poverty level, your policy is $2,500 more a year, you will get a flexible spending account pre-funded to help offset the cost of this. Now, if it's my family, I would say, I got $2,500. Maybe instead of going for a silver plan, I'll go for a bronze plan, because now I can offset the higher deductible with my flexible savings account. And because I'm going for a bronze plan, my premium will be lower. But that's trusting the American people. We are plugging into the current insurance market. We're actually not changing at all how it functions.
Would yield for another question. I'm assuming that you think affordability is the key. I certainly think affordability is the key. Nobody wants to subsidize expensive health insurance. We want to create market mechanisms to drive down the cost of health insurance, not just spend money to buy expensive insurance, whether you buy it through the tax credit or buy it through a health savings account. We want to create those mechanisms. So again, all of this is going to take place in November and December, right now and December. So somehow you would make some calculation in January about what would go into a savings account, or you're thinking of a flat number?
That's a wonderful question. No. If somebody, the federal government knows, or put it this way, many states have calculated what would be the insurance rate with an enhanced premium tax credit, and what will the insurance rate be without the enhanced premium tax credit. It has been calculated for our fellow Americans what the value of an enhanced premium tax credit would be if they signed up for a certain policy in their state, given their age and their health condition. They know that. The question is whether they get the credit or not. Well, they're not going to get it, so the policy is going to be higher. And this, under the plan, if we can agree to it, they would then get the FSA in an amount equivalent to that which they did not receive as a payment to the insurance company. Instead, it would be a payment to the flexible savings account they would have, and that they would then use it for these services.
If the senator would continue to yield, the issue is that so much of this is already set up, and I think you're trying to be creative in a way to, instead of the Alexander Murray cost revenue sharing, I think you're trying to figure out something that would get people the same amount of money to make them whole over the next year or two. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I would say what we're trying to do is make people, as the market is out there, whole over the next year or two. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're happy to debate how we make health insurance more affordable after that. That has been a goal of our side of the aisle for decades. We want to make it more affordable. Now, we all get to be measured about how successful we've been on that, but I think that we're going to continue to strive to make it more affordable, and really are proud that we drove down the uninsured rate with the Affordable Care Act, because we covered more people, thereby lowering costs because not having so much uncompensated care. So I'm glad to see somebody saying, let's talk and let's put a proposal out there. Happy to continue to have a dialogue about any idea that helps us move forward. But the issue is that so many Americans are in this moment right now making these decisions, and how you affect that for the next 2 years is the biggest question. And you and I know if we said, okay, we're huddling tomorrow, or the finance committee is huddling tomorrow, then everybody would be up here trying to convince us not to do various things. So the question is, how can we protect the marketplace for the next year or two in the simplest way, and then get about us going back to business, talking to each other, trying to work out what are the best creative ideas for lowering health insurance costs. I don't know why we haven't done a PBM bill. I mean, my colleague Senator Grassley and I have a bill. I think you have a proposal. Other people have a proposal. We're letting PBMs get away with so much in the expense of prescription drugs. I don't know why we don't spend all our time driving down the cost of health insurance. So I'm happy to work creatively on ways to protect the market over the next 2 years so that we can finally get to some creative discussion. So I thank the senator.
Thank you for the questions, and let me just respond very quickly. I think the beauty of what I'm proposing is it fits in very nicely with the insurance markets as they currently are. It doesn't require anything to change between now and January the 1st. It is too late to change those plans and those rates. It is just too late. This does not require those rates to change. This would be something which could benefit our fellow Americans next year and could be implemented by then. Yes, the bureaucracy is going to have to work hard. President Trump can get them to work hard. You mentioned several other reforms. I am in total agreement. We should be working, again, Democrats, Republicans, that's what we need to do to get something done, in order to come together for a set of proposals that will lower health care costs. And both as a member of the committee, we both serve on Senate Finance, as well as the chairman of the Health Committee, it is my intent to do that. We've got to do that. But this can work this year for Americans who are going to be on the exchanges, and that's my hope. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 tomorrow, Saturday.